Yes. We set that up, actually, Michael. If everybody could please remember to turn off their phone volumes. That is the very first thing I want to encourage. Make sure your phones are off. And let's start. I'm really, this is off script at the moment, but I am so pleased to see everyone in the room. So many different folks all converging around this theme. I really, honestly, I didn't expect it to be like this, and I am so grateful to all of you for being here today. Welcome to the Cannabis and Environmental Stewardship Symposium. I'm Dominic Corva, Assistant Professor of Sociology and Program Lead for our brand new Cannabis Studies major. The assistants you see walking around, those are Cannabis Studies majors, and I am so grateful for their help on all of this. The 2024 Cannabis and Environmental Stewardship Symposium is funded through the Land-Sea Connection Program of the Resources Legacy Fund, made possible by the Keith Campbell Foundation for the Environment. I am especially grateful to Alex Loomer, who put us in contact and has been a tremendous support making this event happen from concept to finish. We gather here in the Native American Forum, which was designed to provide a cultural center for the use of Native American students, faculty, and staff. In addition, it was to be utilized as a community facility specifically for Cal Poly Humboldt Native American serving departments, Native American Studies, the Center for Indian Community Development, the Indian Natural Resources Science and Engineering Program, and the Indian Tribal and Educational Personnel Program. We are grateful to these departments for allowing us to host the event in this space. I want to open this symposium by doing a land acknowledgement, greatly informed by the work and words of Dr. Cutcha Rising Baldy, Professor of Native American Studies here at Cal Poly Humboldt. There's two parts to it. The first is that the Cannabis Studies program in the Department of Sociology acknowledged that Cal Poly Humboldt is located on the unceded lands of the Wiyot people, where they have resided from time immemorial. This includes the Wiyot tribe, Bear River Rancheria, and Blue Lake Rancheria. Wiyot peoples continue to remain in relationship to these lands through ceremony, culture, and stewardship. They are important parts of not only the history of this area, but also in continuing knowledges of this place. What does this land acknowledgement compel me to do is a question that Dr. Baldy encourages us to ask ourselves, in addition to having this land acknowledgement. I am compelled to acknowledge some things about the recent history of cannabis in this area, as they relate to practices of environmental stewardship and the lands of the Wiyot people. Land acknowledgements do not exist in a past tense or historical context. Colonialism is a current, ongoing process, and we need to build our mindfulness of our present participation. No one has done more to contextualize the ongoing relationship between cannabis industrialization and settler colonialism than Native American Studies professor Dr. Caitlin Reed, who recently published a book called Settler Cannabis. First, the history of cannabis in this area involved and continues to involve an industry predicated upon the organization of land into private property owned by people who were not here 200 years ago. We are all newcomers to Wiyot territory. Settler colonialism is an iterative historical process, not something that just happened in the distant past. Additionally, the recent history of cannabis in this area is that it developed a reputation for extractive industrial practices associated with commodity capitalism against the spirit of land stewardship practiced by Native peoples. A lot of the environmentally destructive practices of the Green Rush were first noticed and documented on tribal lands in the 2000s by Murad Gabriel, a former associate of the Humboldt Institute for Interdisciplinary Marijuana Research that I now co-direct. Extractive practices associated with the Green Rush also overwhelmed the environmentalist and communitarian legacy of hippie new settlers of the 1960s and 1970s, whose early profits from cannabis cultivation significantly went back into the land they lived on and the communities they lived with. Hippie weed money launched, staffed, and later helped professionalize the restoration sector in this region. That legacy remains here, not only in the ubiquity of environmental restoration nonprofits in the region, but also in the practices of multi-generational cultivators associated with the regenerative cannabis cultivation practices that, in many cases, transcend those of their hippie New Settler forebears. At this point, I want to show a slide because 11 years ago, in this very room, a coalition of environmental nonprofit actors and ecologically minded cannabis cultivators held the first symposium about cannabis and the environment at this university. Dr. Tony Salvaggio, now chair of the sociology department, organized the symposium to address emergent concerns about cannabis cultivation and the cumulative impacts of the green rush as it metastasized throughout the region. At that moment, the cultural links between the restoration sector and the cannabis sector in this area were strained beyond recognition by the public. The new brand of cannabis as an extractive industry displaced the New Settler brand of cannabis as ecological and communitarian. Today, a market crash has drastically changed the composition of California's cultivation industry. A lot of people have been displaced economically and physically from their livelihoods and homes. This cleansing fire has, however, substantially cleared the area from people with extractivist practices motivated strictly by commercial interests. The creative destruction of the last 6 years has made space for the cannabis sector and the restoration sector to reconnect. This means different things, from regenerative cannabis practices to funding water tanks and solar energy infrastructure to developing appellations defined significantly by environmental standards and practices. It also means that the restoration sector itself provides livelihood diversification for people and families fighting displacement from their homes and communities. Those who remain because they are part of the communities embedded in places of surpassing beauty and environmental diversity. They aren't doing this to get rich. They're doing this to stay in place, connected to their friends and families. They share far more in common with their hippie forebears than with their recently mostly departed Green Rush peers. This symposium is inspired by the return to legacy cannabis values necessary for both ecological and economic sustainability. A healthy cannabis cultivation sector will be defined by stability and compatibility with the communities it lives with, rather than agro-industrial race to the bottom that exploits people, places, and the planet. There are many opportunities and challenges in front of us, but as I like to tell my students, we're at the beginning of something, not the end. And there are so many opportunities and avenues to make a difference in the value and values of post-prohibition cannabis. I am incredibly grateful to our distinguished panelists, moderators, and everyone who has helped make this happen, and again want to highlight our Native American Forum hosts who let us be here today. Thank you, and let's begin.
Thank you so much, Dominic, for that introduction. My name is Ross Gordon. I am the Policy Director for Humboldt County Growers Alliance, and we're the trade association for cannabis operators here in Humboldt County. I see a lot of friendly faces here in the audience today. I also serve as policy chair for Origins Council. Origins Council is a nonprofit research and advocacy organization partnered with a legacy producing communities throughout California. So Origins Council's regional council includes Humboldt County Growers Alliance, but also the Mendocino County Cannabis Alliance, Trinity County Agricultural Alliance, Nevada County Cannabis Alliance, and the Big Sur Farmers Association on the Central Coast as well. And I know a lot of folks have driven a long way from all those different parts of our state to be here today. And as Origins Council, really, our mission and our task is really to support our legacy producing communities in rural areas around the state of California. I really want to thank RLF and Alex Loomer for organizing this event today. I really want to thank Dominic. I know that Dominic has put an incredible amount of effort in his very busy schedule to make sure that this has been put together and has been well organized. And I'm so excited to see so many people here today. Want to thank the Native Forum for hosting us today. Thank everyone who's attending today. And I especially want to acknowledge and thank the farmers who have showed up today. And one thing I really appreciate about this event and its organization and its inception is it's the first event I can remember that brings together regulators and academics and environmental stakeholders and cannabis farmers for an event that's about cannabis farmers and that is actually truly accessible for cannabis farmers to be present. I think often something that I've seen in my work is that there's a lot of conversations about cannabis farmers and environmental stewardship that happen without cannabis farmers being in the room and being part of the conversation. And I really appreciate that this event has been organized in a way to enable the farmers in our community to be present. And in the panels that I know will happen later today, we'll also really center farmers and farmers' voices as a significant part of the conversation. So this panel is about regulating environmental stewardship, and very grateful to be joined by regulators from Department of Cannabis Control, Department of Food and Agriculture, the Water Board, and Department of Fish and Wildlife, and very excited to hear all of your presentations. By way of introduction, and I want to start on sort of a personal note and reflecting on how Dominic sort of framed and started this conversation. I'm somebody who moved to Humboldt County relatively recently, in 2019. My engagement with cannabis policy started really very recently by, I think, most people's standards here. In 2015, I was working for a law firm in Oakland, working with folks who were operating under the Proposition 215 framework. And in that role, I met many farmers who were operating under Proposition 215 and really formed very strong relationships with many of those farmers. And when I moved to Humboldt County in 2019, I began to better understand the sort of environmental threat narrative that I think you heard from Dominic. And the way in which legalization in this area was really framed by these fears around environmental threat, which were very real, right? And the green rush was very real, and the impacts of that were very real. At the same time, what I saw in the farmers who I met during that time were really environmental stewards. And there were really people who felt very strongly about the land, about the community, about the environment, and about really cultivating cannabis in a way that honors the medicine and the plant and the land. And as we move forward into a regulatory framework, what I found personally is that these farmers who really were seeking to be good environmental stewards were really struggling to understand and be a part of this tremendously complex, expensive regulatory framework that we have. And at the same time, talked to and saw many regulators and researchers and academics who I think were struggling to understand and doing their best to understand the reality of the practices on the ground, both some of the problematic practices that were out there, but also the really regenerative and constructive practices that were happening as well. 6 years later, I think it's really important to ground this conversation in the reality. Our farmers who are environmental stewards, who are really truly connected to the land, who are really truly connected to the plant and the medicine, let's all be honest, are not making it. Dominic has framed this conversation in terms of a cleansing fire, and I think that's a really interesting phrase to think about. I think it's an optimistic phrase, and maybe a hopeful phrase, but I think on our current course, and I encourage everyone to talk to the farmers here and see if they agree or disagree with this, on our current course, that cleansing fire is going to consume nearly every farmer in this room. And so I think today it is incumbent on all of us to have a real grounded conversation about that reality and to think about what we can do collaboratively to recognize that, work together, and see what we can do to change that course. So with that, I know our panelists have all prepared remarks. Each of our panelists today operates either a regulatory program for cannabis, an incentives-based program, or both. All of them, I think, have an incredible, important part to play in this conversation. So I'm very excited to hear from all of them. And I think we will start with Nicole.
You bet. You guys hear me okay? I want to make sure you can. So I might just yell. Yeah, I'm just going to yell. Okay. Not yell. Speak loudly. Okay. Good morning, everyone. I want to thank Humboldt for having this convening. Alex, thank you, and RLF for supporting it. It's so wonderful to be in the presence of everyone in this room. It's an awesome group of people. We've spent the last couple of days up here talking to a lot of farmers and operators, getting to spend time with a lot of the students in this room, the future generation, with brilliant minds and a lot of passion in this space. It's been just a really refreshing time. Always good to get out of Sacramento, candidly, and spend time in beautiful places like this with beautiful people. It's a tough act to follow, but I do want to acknowledge as somebody who studied sociology, I really, really appreciated hearing Dominic's framing, but also hear Ross's warning. So just to give you guys a little bit of background, I think you guys all know the Department of Cannabis Control, but if you don't, our responsibility is to license and regulate the commercial cannabis industry, as well as to address illegal activity across the state of California. I got a lot of questions from students last night about how I landed in this position and what is meaningful to me about this position. And I always boil it down to three things: the people, the process, and the purpose of this role. The people are you guys, right? The people who have true stories, real investments. This is your life. You're passionate about it. And in the conversations we've had over the last couple of days, I've commented to my team that passion is just, it's infectious. It comes across really clearly when talking to operators about the passion in their work, especially in this community that has such a rich history in multi-generational engagement in this space. And so that's the kind of stuff that drives me to go back to work every day and do the work that I do with the team that is situated across the state to try and improve this framework and do justice to the overall exercise. The purpose, really creating a legitimate space for people to do business and to protect consumers in the process. And then obviously on the process side, it's an extensive living process, but one where we face a lot of similar challenges in the regulatory space that often you guys come across. And it's that challenge, right, that makes the job incredibly interesting. Trying to tackle those challenges every day and improve our work and improve the way that it impacts you guys and the communities that you're in. The DCC, I was asked to sort of set the table from a funding standpoint so that some of the other conversations that will be taking place today are contextualized. The department itself is now funded solely by fees of license payers. It is not funded by the Cannabis Tax Fund, which is where all the tax revenue goes from legal commercial cannabis activity. The general fund is a secondary source for some of the regulatory departments across the state, but the tax fund is of interest, and I want to sort of walk you through some of those things since they'll be touched on today. So as I said, the cannabis taxes don't directly fund our operational budget, but they do go to some of the programs that we oversee, and that includes some programs here, actually, some research programs here and across the state. Academic research is funded to support the state's understanding of the impacts of MAUCRSA, as well as medical impacts, economic impacts, decriminalization impacts. $10 million a year goes from that tax fund to the department to fund academic institutions across the state and partnerships at those institutions. As of late, the priority topics of that funding have included the health of the cannabis industry, a continuous assessment of that, California's legacy genetics, cannabinoids and potency, monopolies and unfair competition, and medicinal use and impacts of cannabis. All of these topics are super important. Some of them are incredibly exciting. I was talking to some people last night about the Legacy Genetics project, which is a super exciting project that's being taken on by a number of people in this room. Something that I'm really excited for this community as well as for the overall state of California. It's going to be really incredible. I think we're going to hear more from academics today about that program and some of the outcomes of their research funded by the tax fund. You'll hear more about the Department of Fish and Wildlife Restoration grants And then GoBiz, the Governor's Office of Business and Economic Development, have two noteworthy programs. First is the Equity Grants Program for local jurisdictions. Many of the farmers in here know about that program. And then the California Community Reinvestment Grant Program, which is really focused on, at $50 million a year, reinvesting in the communities that have been impacted by the war on drugs. There's additional funding that go towards CHP and towards law enforcement, but those are some of the ones that I wanted to highlight. There are a lot, and it's a really impressive, I call it a waterfall of funding. We have learned a lot over the last couple of years, and I'll acknowledge we still have a lot left to learn. But I will say, with 60% of California's cities and counties not participating in this exercise that we're all participating in here, there's a lot of work left to do, and there are a lot of cities and counties left to sort of get in the game. And we're trying to help them do that. This limit on licensed retail in particular is extraordinarily challenging to a stable market. And something that I hope, as we continue to have public conversations about the health and viability of the legal industry, officials across the state who have the power to change that, and the people who have the power to hold them accountable, start understanding and start pressing on, because I do think that these challenges can be overcome. The department itself continues to be focused on reducing the regulatory barriers to entry and streamlining our compliance framework. And much of the research that's being done by our academic partners support us in this endeavor, as well as the conversations that we're having with a number of you guys. I will say there's some cool stuff that the department's doing that I hope can lift up the work that you're doing and the things that we'll talk about today. One of those things is our Real California Cannabis campaign. This is Real California Cannabis here in Humboldt. And I think that it's an exciting opportunity to highlight the farmers, the practices, and to help consumers really identify and understand with the beauty of it. So with that, I will plug one other thing. I talked to a lot of students last night about the department, about the work that we do, about the roles, the vast diversity of roles within the department. And I want to encourage you guys to talk to me as well. I think there are a lot of really bright, passionate minds in the room that we would benefit from having plug into the work of the department. So please feel free to find me or my staff. We have Glynis here as well as Kristen. We are a resource to all of you, students, farmers, environmentalists, academics alike. We are here to serve and here to have conversations with you guys. So I'll stop there, but I'll acknowledge I really look forward to the Q&A portion of this and hearing directly from you guys. With that, I'm going to hand it over to my counterparts to tell more about their programs.
Thank you. Oh, Fran's up. Hello. I am Fran Bean. I had to look at the notes. That's not good. That's not a good start. I'm a senior environmental scientist with the Office of Environmental Farming and Innovation. And I am working on the Appalachians program. So I'm pretty lucky. I am a regulator. I'm not going to pretend I'm not. But I'm working on your program. You got this program into Maxura. You collaborated with us as we were developing the program very closely. And when we were going in a direction that was not consistent with the intent, your original intent, you took political action. It was very impressive. So you really steered the direction of this program. So I'm happy to be here. And I'm really learning a lot. Just discussions last night really helped me. Oh, no. There we go. Next one. Nope. Let's start again there. There we go. What is an appellation of origin? It's a name. It's a region's name that is protected. The use of it is protected for a product, for a specific product. That the definition is often used, comes from the Lisbon Agreement. It's an international trade agreement from the late 1950s, which say that that product's characteristics are exclusively a result of where it is produced. The problem with that is that the United States is not a signatory to that agreement. We are a signatory to the TRIPS agreement, which comes in the late 1990s. The problem with that is they don't use the term appellation of origin. They use geographical indication. And they have almost the same definition, except that they say it's essentially due to its origin. So the only difference really is the exclusivity of the appellation of origin. So in the cannabis program in California, there are geographical indications and there is going to be appellation of origins. Real California cheese, real California cannabis, Humboldt cannabis, Mendocino cannabis. These are geographical indications and they're available to all cultivators. So that's a very good thing. If it is cannabis produced in that geographical area, you can use that name. Appellations of origin require a more exclusive connection, such as Napa Valley wine, Happy Valley cannabis, Mattole Valley cannabis, perhaps. Why? Why does the government do this at all? The primary reason you're always going to hear if you start doing research into intellectual property around geographical indications is to prevent misleading, to provide consumers accurate information. But the truth is, internationally, the secondary reasons are often really what they're trying to achieve. Protect legacy communities from cultural appropriation of their product and their names and their history and efforts. To promote regional collaboration around production of a specific product. So how is that exclusively captured in this program and in other appellation of origin programs like wine is through petitioning for protection of that name. You don't have to petition to use Humboldt on your product. If it is all produced in Humboldt, you can use it. To use an appellation of origin, your group of cultivators is going to submit a petition to CDFA, and it's going to describe the history, where it's produced, the area, define that area, and how it's produced, beyond regulatory requirements. So history includes the evidence of the name. You can't make up a name. You can make up a name. That's called the trademark. And that's what you should do if you have something special as an individual cultivator and you want to protect it. An appellation of origin is for your region. You're going to describe your legacy, the economic importance. But a real key here is for the exclusivity is where it's produced. That area is to be defined by geographical features that affect your cannabis. The temperature, the fog, the soil, all these features, how they intersect, define that area by you. Now, those two elements are consistent with the American wine appellation system. The AVAs are defined that way also. What you've made special about the Appellation of Origins program is that you required the inclusion of standards, practices, and cultivars in that petition. And that makes it very different from wine. And that's where the potential, so I think we were told to talk about what's the potential and what are challenges. Well, that's your potential right there, standards and practices for you to promote your values of environmental protection, of regenerative agriculture. That can happen in both standards and practices. Your standards could be, a standard is something measurable, scoreable, certifiable. So it could be an OCal or a Sun and Earth certification. practices can be environmental practices, regenerative farming, more well defined by you. Importantly, you, the stakeholders, also wanted business practices to be allowed in that definition, which is kind of interesting, and then it expands it. Somebody told me last night, well, my practice is putting it in the ground and growing it. But you have the opportunity to promote your values through other ways. Land management. How is the rest of the farm managed? Regenerative agriculture often has an element of polyculture. Is there a requirement for that? Promoting pollinator habitat, all kinds of things. But that's the potential. Thank you. So a strong Appalachian program benefits the environment automatically. How? Initially, anything that incentivizes participation in the legal marketplace benefits the environment. So we want you to survive for that alone, and for other reasons. Secondly, it incentivizes outdoor growing. Again, benefiting the environment. And then finally is that potential, your region's specific standards and practices. If you promote things that benefit the environment, then there we go. So realizing that potential, though, it's a three-legged stool, and it depends on all of us. So CDFA developed the regulations in collaboration with the cultivators and subject matter experts. Our primary responsibility will be review of that petition. And the feedback that you've given us is you don't want us to do a checklist. Check, 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 check. You told us your name. You told us this. You want a robust review. So I'm going to remind you of that. The good news is you're going to submit a petition fee. It's pretty significant. It's a few $1,000s. And then there's a subsequent fee at the final stage, which is much larger. But before we're going to ask you for that fee, we're going to work with you to make sure to bring it up. We want it good. We want that petition to be meaningful and robust. So we may be going back and forth on that with no additional fees. It's just to bring it up, make it better. You at any point could say, Fran, I'm tired of dealing with you. But I'm warning you. I'm saying we're going to send it on to subject matter experts for additional review. And I'm trying to help you succeed. But it'll be a collaboration. We'll also be collaborating on, hey, what needs to be fixed in the regs? So we've already done that. We've done a little bit of that, and we've collaborated with DCC. So we're at a real good point in that. We're dealing with issues that when we got separated from cultivators, there were a few issues, regulatory elements that were kind of slipped under the table or just lost. But they're all back on the table. We've recently reintroduced some regulations defining produced, requiring a notice of use. And DCC is discussing those other issues with us too, as they are with you. They reference them in the Cannabis Advisory Committee annual report. And they're actively discussing them right now. So we're at a real good place for that. So DCC has entire enforcement authority. We have no enforcement authority. I have no right to say, hey, I want to come on your farm and look at your practices. DCC, I believe, does. So we're dependent on them for a good program for robust enforcement. And they have expressed strong commitment to that. Even discussing verification stuff, which is beyond enforcement. But so their job is really to help protect the name. The stronger they protect that name against misleading names, the stronger the program. The cultivators, you're the ones who are going to do the petition. So the more meaningful the petition is, the stronger the program. What you present as your practices, that's up to you. I can't control what is brought forth in the petition regarding standards, practices, and cultivars. So I think that's it for me. I hope I didn't take up too much time. I was supposed to get a signal from Ross if I was getting up there. So we're in CDFA, Office of Environmental Farming and Innovation. it's really important that you go on that page and sign up for our listserv so that we can contact you. Part of our collaboration is we need to get back to doing good outreach. We did real good pre-COVID. We had a working group, super constructive, and it's overdue. We need to start hearing from you again. So please get on that list. Contact me with questions. That's my whole name, Francis Bean, and the good news about having a funny name is it's easy to remember. Mr. Bean, that's what young people usually reference. Older people who remember grunge, Nirvana, his kid, that's her name, Francis Bean. Okay, so there's no excuse for not, you don't need to write it down. But contact me. I would put my number up there, but most of the phone calls I get are about like, hey, do you want to refinance your house? So send me an email and then we'll set up a time to call. I'm lonely. She's a big wig. She's very, very busy. I'm a small wig. I'm focused on the Appalachians program. It's your program. We should be talking about it. So let's discuss it.
That was great.
Oh, thank you.
I'll call you.
Huh?
Oh, that's me. Okay. I'm actually going to come up here because as I was extremely organized, first getting ready for this, I was doing my presentation last night, so very late. So I need to see this to kind of give me an idea of what I'm talking about here. So I am Mona Doherty. I work for the North Coast Regional Water Quality Control Board. I supervise our Northern Cannabis unit, which actually, because of staffing issues, covers our entire region, which I'm going to talk a little bit about. And I also supervise our new Eureka satellite office, which is specifically aimed at cannabis compliance assistance and enforcement. Next slide, please. So this is our mission statement. I'm not going to read it. We have it on our website, and but it is actually very meaningful and important. I think that, one of the, well, maybe I'll read. No, I'm not going to read it. Okay. I think one of the things to really note here is that part of our mission is to restore the quality of California's water resources for our current and future generations, and that just means a lot to me and a lot to the staff I work with. Anyway, next slide, please. Anyway, so this is the map of how the state board and the regional boards work. So we're basically a state agency that regulates the quality of water throughout the state. We're in the, as you guys all know, we're the light green part. I think it's the absolute best region in the state. And I'm so happy to be here and talk to you guys about this. And also to meet you all, because one thing I want to say is that I know a lot about water quality and impacts to water quality. I don't know as much about the actual cannabis, the market, all those things, and I'm happy to learn more about that. I also want to acknowledge here that I'm going to show some photos, which are not indicative of, the majority of cannabis farms, but are among some of the worst things that our staff has seen in inspections. So our staff has done hundreds of inspections, and are really, I wanted to kind of get across the driving point of why we have our cannabis discharges regulatory program. Next slide, please. So one of the things to note is that land use is the primary driver of water quality and degradation of water quality. We have a really amazing region. We have the most surface water of any region in California. I think this is, promotes and provides a habitat for a lot of amazing species. Anadromous salmonids, which are so important to people of California, and especially Native American people who use these as sometimes as subsistence fishing and really important to the cultural heritage. So we have a lot of surface water. There can be a lot of impacts from land use on our surface waters, and we have a lot of sensitive species, a lot of endangered species in our region that are of primary importance to our staff. So this is a little bit about why land use is so important to our agency. The steep slopes, the soils, the surface waters that are in a lot of our region result in a really easy erosion and sediment discharge, which impacts salmonids and lots of species when it is in surface waters, as well as the drinkability of water and other beneficial uses, swimming, that kind of stuff. Next slide, please. So, like I said, one of the primary drivers for our agency is reducing sediment discharge. The majority of sediment discharge comes not from the actual farming area, but from construction and maintenance of roads. So here we see some not very good construction of roads. A lot of mass grading, a lot of potential for erosion and sediment discharge when it rains. Next slide, please. Here is another issue we see some of, which is constructing of on-stream ponds, or in this case, a pond in a wetland. Next slide. Here we have an on-stream failing pond. So landslides, as you all know, are a big issue in our region as well, and construction of roads and ponds are really one of the main drivers of landslides. Next slide, please. Oh, next slide, please. I hate animation. There's another example of some issues that we see in inspections, which is poorly stored or disposed of chemicals near waterways, in waterways too, and some of our big concerns. Next slide, please. So here is an example of the power of restoration. On our left, we have the discharge of sediment and impacts the waterways, and then the same spot when some restoration has occurred. The main driver for our permit is not only the protection of the land so that waste discharges are less likely to impact water quality, but restoring impacts that have already occurred. Next slide, please. Here's another example of that. We have a road that was poorly constructed and caused a lot of impacts to the stream. Then we have some restoration over there. Next slide. So I want to talk a little bit about the history of our program. Regulating cannabis, the discharges of waste. After we do not regulate cannabis, we regulate the discharges of waste from cannabis. We adopted in 2015 the first permit for cannabis cultivation, and because it wasn't legal at that point, we wanted folks to not have to say that they're cannabis cultivators, and the permit was for cannabis cultivation and activities with similar environmental effects. At that point, the focus for our staff was doing education outreach. We did over 100 education and outreach events, media, lots of opportunities to get the word out about our permit and why we think it's important. We also partnered with resource conservation districts and others to provide technical assistance for grants and help, give, on-site assessments to help with grant funding of different projects. And then in 2017, the State Water Board, which is our parent agency, adopted a statewide cannabis permit that had a lot of similarities with the one that we adopted just in our region, but some differences as well. And some of the similarities were that a focus on riparian protection, keeping maintenance of culverts and other sediment sources, as well as keeping any nutrients or any other types of chemicals out of waterways. And then also I just wanted to highlight here, because it's near and dear to my heart, that We, in 2018, opened a Eureka office, which is a little satellite office of our Santa Rosa main office, and also allowed me, who grew up here and actually graduated from Humboldt Engineering in 2000, to move home. So that was wonderful. And it's been great. This office is intended to provide a way for people in this area to have more access to our staff. Now, it was a bit disrupted with COVID, but we do want to provide as much assistance as we can to folks who have questions about water quality or how to comply with permits. So this is my last slide. I just wanted to show so you can get a statewide perspective on the number. The green are the number of permitted sites in the state of California for cannabis cultivation through our agency, and then in blue we have the number of water diversions, surface water diversions that happen in the state. And you can see why this is such an important program for our region, how central our region is to some of the potential impacts from cannabis cultivation and water diversion, as well as lots of other land uses. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name's Cherie Sandville, and I'm here on behalf of the California Department of Fish and Wildlife's Cannabis Restoration Grant Program. And thank you for inviting us to participate. We're really glad to be here. And I'm really pleased to be back on campus. I first came here in 1997 for graduate school to study botany and mycology. And I was first introduced to the dangers of cannabis cultivation as something to look out for if you were out on a mushroom foray or botanizing or even looking for a room to rent in a house. So there were no symposiums like this, and certainly not a cannabis studies major. The impacts and contributions of cannabis in our communities and on our local landscapes has changed dramatically over the last 25 years. And we have a unique opportunity right now to leverage cannabis tax funds to improve environmental conditions and assist qualified cultivators with licensing, sustainable cultivation, and environmental stewardship. So pursuant to Revenue and Taxation Code 34019, a portion of the Cannabis Tax Fund is deposited into the Environmental Restoration and Protection Account. The purpose of the allocation received by our program, the Cannabis Restoration Grant Program, is to facilitate environmental stewardship by providing financial assistance for projects that clean up, remediate, and restore areas impacted by cultivation or related activities, and most importantly, to provide support of local partnerships for these purposes. So the Cannabis Tax Code permits CDFW to distribute a portion of the funds through grants, and we are currently managing $20 million in grant projects. Next slide. So the Cannabis Restoration Grant Program is committed to promoting ecosystem restoration and ecological health throughout California. We aim to fund a diversity of projects throughout the state in various ecoregions and with multiple conservation benefits. Projects must contribute to the objectives of the tax fund allocation as well as to the mission of the Department of Fish and Wildlife. So grant proposals must be submitted by an eligible applicant, and eligible applicants are tribes, nonprofits, authorized to do business in California, and any public agencies within California. And we have currently these two funding opportunities available, and I will trust you to read a lot of the detail there, and I'll just hit some of the main points. So for the qualified cultivator funding opportunity, we are seeking high quality grant proposals that assist cannabis cultivators in managing California's natural resources. So to be a qualified cultivator, this is aimed at the smaller cultivator. There's priority for those who are cultivating 10,000 square feet of canopy or less. And you must have, at minimum, a provisional license to be considered a qualified cultivator. So the projects are for qualified cultivators to do one of these several things. So to assist in transitioning from a provisional to an annual license, to implement sustainable cultivation methods, to improve water conservation. Any of those, one or more of those things need to be in place. Projects must also include co-benefits. So in addition to benefiting qualified cultivators, the grant proposals must also provide co-benefits. So species conservation, promoting equity, habitat improvements, those kinds of things. So some of the work we've funded so far under this opportunity includes planning, implementation, and capacity building to support cultivation practices, rainwater collection systems, water storage, invasive species management, watercourse crossing upgrades, and other projects that might be covered under a qualified cultivator's lake and streambed alteration agreement. The second grant opportunity that's open is the cleanup, remediation, and watershed enhancement. And again, we are seeking high quality grant proposals to improve conditions in watersheds and habitats impacted by cannabis cultivation. So these projects need to fall in one of the following project types: cleanup and remediation of impacts due to illicit cannabis operations on qualified public or qualified private land, road treatments, or water conservation. And then all proposals submitted under that opportunity must also accomplish one or more other objectives, and that is to clean up, remediate, restore, or enhance native species or their habitat impacted by cannabis activities, reduce delivery of toxic materials and waste to the environment by removing infrastructure and contaminants associated with illegal cultivation, or to alleviate a limiting factor within the impacted environment. And some of the projects that we've funded under that opportunity so far include cleanup and remediation on public lands in over 10 counties, flow enhancement projects, road treatments to reduce sediment impacts to anadromous fish, and assessing a wildlife conscious certification pilot program through studying specific farming practices. And some of our partners on that project are definitely here today, and also some of our other projects. So we are very much focused on the legal part, or the local partnership part of our mission in this grant program. And we encourage inclusion and consultation with tribal members, the incorporation of traditional ecological knowledge into project planning, design, and implementation when it's applicable. Some of the eligible grant expenses could be things such as providing materials and services in the language that the communities the grant is serving actually speak. Those are considered eligible expenses to really make sure we're reaching the cultivators. Grant proposals that include local equity applicants, licensees, or local equity programs all receive higher scores. So one of the most important aspects in putting together a grant proposal is to have a dynamite team. It really comes down to the relationships and the people you have doing the work. The proposal must demonstrate that the team has the qualifications, experience, and capacity to perform the proposed tasks. And the eligible applicant very well may not have the skill sets required to do the work that they are going to submit a proposal for. And so they need to find partners and qualified experts and put together the team that can do the work. Local challenges require local solutions, yet locally and elsewhere in the state, eligible applicants with the qualifications, experience, and capacity is a limiting factor and can be a barrier to accessing our grant funds. So in recognition of that, we are focusing a lot of our granting on building capacity. So small or emerging nonprofits can get a capacity building grant from us. They'll still need to meet the criteria of either of these two funding opportunities, but we're willing to provide more technical assistance, match people together, and give them an opportunity to build their organization so that they can reach more cultivators. And we believe that by doing that, it'll result in more grant proposals from those entities that are the implementation that comes from the capacity building planning stage that we funded at first, that they'll have built their outreach to the cultivation community they're serving, found the appropriate experts, and that will streamline their next round at getting a grant and further the impact. So we believe that this will broaden the reach of access to our grant funds and get them better directed where the need is greatest. So eligible applicants, qualified cultivators, and expert practitioners of environmental services and tech, biologists, engineers, restorationists, geologists, all of the things that this university is so good at providing experts in. They're all needed to design and implement successful, impactful, and resilient projects. And the first step in the application process is for an eligible entity to contact our grant program and schedule a consultation. Gosh, words this morning. So we'll discuss your concept, your ideas, and it's often a very iterative process. And then there's a pre-application, and then folks are invited to do a full application after that. So in summary, the purpose of our grant program is to facilitate environmental stewardship by providing assistance for local partnerships with the knowledge, experience, and relationships needed to make a significant contribution to the environment and to the legal cultivation community. And then we are welcoming your creative solutions, your unprecedented partnerships, and bold initiatives. We are a program of staff that think outside the box, that see obstacles as, opportunities. And so don't think that you have an idea and it doesn't really fit very closely with maybe one of these two opportunities that are open and continuous, these two grant funds right now. Don't shelve your idea too quickly without consulting with us first. We might think of a way that it really fits right in. So, thank you.
Great. Well, thank you so much to all of you. I think that's a really helpful, sort of instructive overview of both, from my perspective, the programs that you all are working on. And also, I hope that sort of gives, I know it gives me, and I hope it gives everyone here sort of a sense for the different ways in which different agencies are approaching this issue and the different sort of perspectives that I think are important to this conversation. So I maybe hoped or planned to facilitate some follow-up questions. But Dominic has just let me know that we should be wrapping this up by around 10:25. And I really want to make sure that there's an opportunity for everyone here to ask questions. So I think my thought would be just to open this up directly to audience Q&A. So my understanding is the students here have some roving microphones. And so if folks want to raise their hands, I'm happy to start taking questions. So Steve, I see your hand up and happy to start with you.
Thank you, Ross, and thank you everybody for being here today. I'm Steve Madrone, one of Humboldt County's Board of Supervisors. And now that we're past Measure A, thank goodness, we're going to, at the board, anyway, so at the board, we're going to be having lots of discussions about incentives and and how we can further incentivize the industry to help make it through this difficult period. One of those concepts might be that, there was a lot of jealous money grants from the department and others to do storage and forbearance, work on roads, do energy conversions to solar, etc. But those monies are running out, and there's still a tremendous need in the farmer world to be able to do those measures. So while we would love to see the state engage in a statewide incentive program, we're thinking that maybe at the county we could bring forward an incentive program, kind of like the solar tax credits, the energy tax credits that you can do under tax form right now. What about land stewardship tax credits? So perhaps we can just use this Measure S taxes as a vehicle for us to say, if you install storage and forbearance and you do energy conversions and road measures, they go above and beyond requirements, that you should be able to write that off against your Measure S taxes as a direct incentive to encourage more of that investment. It would be wonderful if the state could do that with the state funds that you receive from licenses and or other means. So I just wanted to mention that. I'm hoping that we can get that pilot going here in the county, but it would be wonderful if we could do that statewide, not just for cannabis, for all agriculture and for other practices as well. So just wanted to share that thought with you and see if you had any response you might offer.
Well, I just want to acknowledge and say thank you from the local level, also being part of a solution on this front. I think you're pointing to a number of funding sources. One is the local jurisdiction assistance grant funding that we were able to secure when the state had a lot more general fund. And I think that it's sent around 17 to 18 million, I think, to this specific county. And of the licensees in this room, I think it was about 50 million overall that's represented by the counties in this room. So a significant portion came to northern counties to support the local governments as well as the licensees, and it's been awesome to see how Humboldt has deployed that funding to support much of the things that we're talking about today in this room. But to your point, I think there's a lot more that can be done, both on the local level when it comes to strategically, smartly, hopefully using tax revenue in support of the licensees. And there will always be more space to have those conversations on the state level.
Great. Dylan, is your hand?
As we heard and we understand, this is a fee-funded program, the DCC, which in reality incentivizes permitting for the agency, which has led to unlimited licensing and size. In the promise of Prop 64, there was supposed to be a period of restricted size of cultivation to bring existing farms into the system and encourage market stability before opening that door wide open. We now have the reality of that opportunity having passed due to the striking from the regs of those restrictions. My question is, what is the end game for licensing? We've seen mass attrition of legacy farms in the rural regions while simultaneously seeing an explosion of new cultivation, both legal and illicit, in areas that traditionally were not known for growing. This has led to the current state of affairs across the board. I appreciate all the programs that are being talked about, but the reality is we don't have rural farmers in the northern region. None of these programs are going to matter, including Appalachians. Is there a plan to right this ship, and what is the end game for licensing?
Big question. So thank you for asking that question, and that's a conversation. I mean, those are concerns that we've heard a lot while we've been up here, but just since the department's been created, which was after that decision was made, and before my time in this role. So I can't answer to what happened, but what we're all faced with is the here and now, as you acknowledge, and how we move forward. The department's been trying to do a lot to support, in particular, farmers in this region. Things from in the 2.5 years that we've been in existence, pulling down that $100 million fund to support specifically legacy small equity operators across the state, and that's why you saw such a heavy portion come up north. We have done the mixed light to outdoor conversion. We just implemented SB 833, which was done in partnership with your representative in the state legislature, to try and help farmers in particular adjust their timeframes for when they're making seasonal decisions, including rationing down operations, putting it inactive without relinquishing your license operations, and of course changing the time frame of your license that one time to help you make the year ahead decisions that you need to. We put a dashboard on our website to try and give you access to the data that we have access to give you a better picture of what that market looks like. We were very instrumental, and this might be slightly contentious in this room, but maybe not, in lifting up your voices in getting the cultivation tax suspended. Those are all things that we've done because we've been in conversation with you all in this space. We've been able to hear and understand the impacts that the broad framework have on your business. And we've tried to help lift up those voices, either direct them to the appropriate people in the legislature to have those discussions because they need to learn about those impacts, and lift them up in the hearings that we've been called into as well. Those are things that we're trying to do. I think your question is asking what we intend to do down the road, right? And this is a topic that has come up in conversations just the last couple of days. I think you might be alluding to license caps around production. That is an issue that we can always discuss, right? But we do not, as a department, have the statutory authority to turn off licensing. So it can be a local conversation, it can be a state legislature conversation, and where we will play a role in that conversation from a technical assistance standpoint is we will lean on our economists. We will lean on states that have done it before to make sure that we're lifting up what we believe those impacts could be of that policy decision, good or bad, so that policymakers can make decisions with transparent information. And part of that discussion is your voice in the room. So that's what I would point to as, in the conversations we've been having, the practical implications of that. I'll also say one other really important thing too. This state has, as you know, a history of producing a lot more cannabis than we consume. Californians can only consume so much cannabis. And we work with our academics to understand what we think that amount is. We have space in our legal market. The product that you guys are creating, there is still more consumption capacity. The important part of that is how you get consumers that safe and responsible access. So when I point to those jurisdictions that are not providing access, they are part of the problem too, which is why we're focusing a lot of energy on trying to inform consumers about the benefits of purchasing the products that you create, and also the communities that are participating, the benefits of creating those pathways, all while trying to make sure we're creating a California sort of brand, if you will, for you for the day that, you guys have a brand, candidly, right? But like California for the day the walls come down and this product can go across state lines legally. So those are the things that we're trying to do, and that's sort of where we're situated to help in those conversations. I hope that answered your question.
I want to ask maybe a brief follow-up to that, Nicole, and then maybe we can open back up to audience questions. I hear a lot about the acreage cap and the effect of this large-scale production has had on our community. I know you've heard a lot about it as well. Another thing I hear about a lot in terms of solutions is really people's concerns about the fragmentation of the supply chain and the way in which, as farmers, we're cut off from access to retail, cut off from access to consumers. And so I know you've heard a lot about the importance of direct-to-consumer sales. And I wanted to ask if the department is interested in supporting pathways for direct-to-consumer sales for small farmers.
I so appreciate you asking that question, Ross. So the department doesn't take positions on bills until we're authorized to. But what I will say is conceptually, the department deeply appreciates the objective of direct-to-consumer sales and wants to be able to do it in a way that doesn't cost you more in fees, but that supports that overall objective and preserves it for you. So that is where the department is on that issue. And I think at the end of the day, as with Ross and with Janine and others in this room working on that policy, it's really about devils in the details and how that's implemented. Because we know through experience as a department, when we're asked to implement something, it has to be practical, or there are going to be outcomes that are unintended but harmful to the people that we work with. So that's what we're working on with Ross, with Janine, with others in this room to try and make feasible.
Thank you, Nicole.
You're welcome.
Wow, so many hands. Suzanne, I have to.
Thank you very much for coming today. We all appreciate being here and coming. I'm at a consulting firm. We have been helping only farmers. Something that's coming in daily is the situation with CFW. And we are in a natural cycle of 5 years expiring laws and LSAs. And we've been in this process for the last year. CFW, I really trying to be very gentle in saying this, but there is a cooperation. There is not a willingness to have open dialogue with extending the extensions. There's delays. There aren't enough trucks to get the inspectors out to the sites. Multiple cancellations because of the trucks not being available. Have folks that are telling us that their extension will not be approved until they complete the work. We're asking for an extension to get the work completed.
Suzanne,
Wonderful opportunity.
appreciate the question, but if it's possible to get to the question, I know you need to give context, so I appreciate that as well.
Is there any way that we can come to the CFW and discuss grants and extensions? Because we have people who are going to have to get pulled out of the grant because they're not getting extensions approved. And it's become a big crisis. We're all trying to work on the guidelines that have been provided. And of all the various agencies, CFW is scaring us to death. Have licenses at risk.
I think
We have examples.
I think the question is clear, so I want to make sure to give our panelists an opportunity to answer. Thank you.
Yeah, and I will do my best to give you an answer, but I mean, I'm here representing the Cannabis Restoration Grant Program, which is very separate from the Lake and Streambed Alteration Permitting and Enforcement Program, and I suspect you're talking about representing cultivators here in Humboldt, maybe Mendocino, Trinity, so in this Region 1. So it's the Region 1 office that is responsible for all the decisions that are going to affect those LSA agreements and extensions. I do know we have that situation where, especially for the qualified cultivators that we want to include in a grant to do work on their LSA to implement it, and they need to make sure that that LSA is in good standing at the time the grant funds are provided to implement those projects. And we do communicate closely with regional staff and LSAs, but I think the main parts of your issue are not something that the grant program can do much other than to say we will sit at the table anytime we have a grant applicant or grantee and an LSA issue that needs to get resolved. We're very happy to engage on that. And I don't know if my management's here. I don't know if they want to add anything to that.
Oh, yeah. Hi, everyone. I'm Alex Curran. I'm the program manager that oversees the Cannabis Restoration Grant Program. sure you mentioned, we are always open to come to the table with any of your guys' ideas, especially as qualified cultivators. It's a big push for us right now in the program to get you guys to full licensure and in compliance, especially with the LSAs. We work very closely with our LSA team. And so it's really just about reaching out to our program and trying to set up that consultation, and we can try to help as much as we can. That's what we're here for. We have informational flyers we can hand out later for you guys for contact information if that would be helpful. But we are always interested from hearing from you and want to help as much as possible.
It doesn't feel that way. I'm so sorry. We've been trying for years.
I
So
understand.
before, so that this didn't happen. It's happening.
So I hope y'all can have a conversation and sort of follow up on this. I'm really glad we're all in the same room so we can have these conversations. Dominic, can I take one more question? Or
Yeah, absolutely. Let's try to keep it to a question. And we appreciate that, like, there's a lot of suffering going on, a lot of trauma. And in this room, we want to focus on moving forward and dealing with the challenges. That's what we want to be doing today.
thanks, Dominic. Maggie, is here?
Hi, my name is Maggie. I'm from Nevada County in Sierra Foothills. Very different scenario. We're part of the Central Valley Water Board. But part of, as Dominic just said, moving forward, looking at solutions, I think something that's really helpful to do that, especially it's year 2024, I think that everybody in this room probably is like on a little bit on the same page as to how standard agriculture, especially here in California, has gone environmentally, and what the situation is in the Central Valley, and the scale of that, and just the impacts of that going forward, and that's maybe not what we want to continue, and that we need really positive, sort of revolutionary new visions. And it is leaders of agencies like you who I think should be the ones holding that vision. And so I would like to ask you what that vision is that you are holding and that you are steering your teams with, and what you want the future of agriculture, cannabis agriculture in this state.
That's a great question. Thank you for asking. So I'll kick it off. Maybe we just go down. So I think your point is well taken, and something that I frequently hear specifically in this area, right? Like, while there are benefits of being treated like agriculture, there are downsides. There are consequences to the way agricultural, the sort of regulation of agriculture has occurred historically, and the impacts on community, on the physical ground, right, on access to resources. And so from my perspective as a department, and much of this is done in partnership with these departments up here, right? And they have a very important role in that discussion. But as a department, it's a conversation we have frequently, which is the differences, like identifying those differences between how cannabis and ag are treated, right? And really having those robust discussions about where that should be, there should be parity, and where cannabis is reflective of what that future state should be. So as we talk about streamlining, as we talk about reducing barriers, I think it's a constant sort of give and take to find what that balance should be, because I think you're right. And this community and the practices of this community are a reflection of how historically it hasn't been done well, right? It hasn't been done right. And what that future looks like, I think, is up in the air, is a discussion point between all of us. So I can't say what it is, but I can say that conversation is important, and we need to move towards that. Not that this right here, what we have or what we control as a department, is perfect, but making sure that we're continuously moving towards that what is.
Thanks, Nicole. I'd love to hear from the other panelists as well.
I don't think it's appropriate for me to speak for the Department of Food and Ag on whole. Personally, it's an exciting opportunity with legalization to see the development of an industry that could be ethical and sustainable, environmentally productive. That's my personal beliefs. The Appalachians program has the potential to be a tool to achieve that, and I know that in collaboration with DCC, they've been supporting us in trying to make that a strong program for that purpose. So I don't want to take up too much time.
So I guess from the water board perspective, well, actually, I'll start with my own perspective first. One of the concerns that I have shared in our agency and with others when I talk to them is that our country, maybe most countries, have not found a way to support small scale agriculture in the way it deserves to be supported. And I have a lot of disagreements with some of the policy built around agriculture as a whole. I would love to see a way to have the cannabis break that pattern of have cannabis cultivation break that pattern and see support for smaller cultivators. How that occurs, a lot of that, frankly, and I don't want to pass the buck or something, that a lot of those policy decisions are not within the scope of what myself and my staff work on. One of the things that a focus for us has been within what we can do is we are directed to focus on unlicensed, unpermitted cultivators. We spend more time on enforcement than we do on compliance assistance. I wish we had more time for compliance assistance. We actually had half of our staff cut a couple years ago, which has really undercut our ability to do more compliance assistance. But enforcement on illegal cultivators is a really important thing to do. We want to level the playing field. We want to move people to the legal market in hopes that the legal market will succeed. Anyway, those are some of the thoughts from myself and my agency about that. A lot of the policy decisions on, how agriculture is allowed is not ones that we can make in our agency, unfortunately.
I think a lot of the opening remarks really resonate with the values and goals of our Cannabis Restoration Grant Program, and that for a successful grant proposal, we are relying on partnerships with eligible entities, and we are not working directly with the cultivators in most cases. And so we need those folks who are really in tune with the community that they're working with, what the obstacles are, and what opportunities there are. The OG back to the land cultivators that are still staying, and they might have legacy timber impacts on their property that just has sat there for years, and now there's potentially an opportunity with grant funding and their licensing requirements to get that done. So we are really excited about where the win-win for the environment and the cultivation community can be. But we are just the facilitators. We're not the ones who are creating the project. So we need you all to talk to each other, form those partnerships, come up with a plan, and then send your application through a qualified applicant. And hopefully we can start to kind of move things back to more of a restoration and, ecological living out in the hills.
Great. Well, thank you so much to all of you for sharing all this information, for sharing all this perspective. If we could give a round of applause.
Well, welcome back to the discussion. I also want to thank Dominic and RLF and Alex and all of you for coming and having this very, very critical discussion. Really appreciate it. My name is Janine Coleman. I'm the Executive Director of Origins Council. I think Ross did a great job of introducing our organization and our partnership with our regional trade associations. I'll add to that Origins Council is a 501c4 nonprofit. Social welfare is our focus. And our mission is devoted to sustainable rural economic development for the historic cannabis farming regions of California. Central to that mission is our partnership with regional trade associations and our state and federal advocacy on behalf of our collective 800 members, the pioneering, historic farming families, product makers, and providers that have helped to lead the medical cannabis compassion movement, paving the way for global cannabis decriminalization. We did that. Building upon the ethos and values of the Back to the Land movement with a focus on land stewardship and the production of high-quality craft cannabis and herbal medicine products, generations of homestead farming families have been quietly perfecting sustainable farming practices for this very specialized crop. Organics, regenerative farming, Korean natural farming, biodynamics, permaculture, biointensive farming, no-till farming, carbon sequestration, dry farming, just to name a few of these incredible practices. And Dominic, thank you so much for reminding us that the focus is to move forward. But in order to move forward, we have to take stock of where we are today and how we got here. Thousands of these families bravely stepped forward into political advocacy in California's commercial cannabis licensing framework in the spirit of partnership to help build the state's regulated market and share a craft with the world. However, a key policy protection promised to our historic cannabis farming communities and enacted by the people of California in voting for Proposition 64, the state's cannabis legalization measure, was abandoned immediately upon implementation. And I am referencing the promise of a 5-year runway for our small-scale legacy producers to build their California market share through the temporary delay of state-licensed large-scale cannabis farms over an acre. This is only one of a myriad of challenges facing regulated cannabis, but the statewide impact from this betrayal of public trust is undeniable, with no meaningful solutions in place to address the resulting market access crisis facing our legacy cannabis craft farmers. I've been told recently by a policymaker that the economic decline we are experiencing, verging on collapse in the North Coast, was inevitable. I very much disagree with this fatalist perspective. If the promises of Proposition 64 to our community had been upheld, economic conditions on the ground for our community right now would be very different. This is just one example of the profound impact of public policy on people and place. Our future is ours to shape. And all of the people in this room, students, cannabis farmers, policymakers, advocates, academics, teachers, we have the power to shape our future and affect real change and realize our shared commitments to the survival and long-term sustainability of the legacy cannabis farming communities of California. I'm honored to be here with these incredible pioneers who embody all of the hopes, challenges, and dedicated hard work necessary to realize California sustainable cannabis. Drew Barber from Uplift Co-op, Jacques and Amy Newcomb from Newcomb Family Farms, Tina Gordon from Moonmaid Farms, and Jill Vanderlinden from Organic Medicinals. I'll pass it to my friends and colleagues here to introduce themselves and their work. Following, we'll have our panel discussion, and then we'll use the last 20 minutes of our time to invite you all to participate in the discussion through Q&A. So with that, I'll pass it to you, Drew.
Thank you, Janine. It's great to be here with you all. Thanks, y'all, for coming out today. As an introduction, I suppose I'm a owner-operator of a 10,000 square foot farm called East Mill Creek Farms out in the Mattole River watershed, where this morning on my way out here, I left before the store was open, which doesn't matter so much anymore because the store doesn't often have gas, right? That's a result of the cannabis collapse. I just wanted to put that one out there. The store can no longer afford to regularly have fuel out in Petrolia. So when you come to visit, make sure you fuel up before you come out, which has been the case before, but now it's even more important because if you run out, you may not get any fuel at the store because it's unreliable. So that story is a sharing of just how some of the collapse is hitting home for us. I'm also co-founder of Uplift Co-op. A bunch of us out in the Mattole in 2018 got together. We sat together and we realized this was going to be very complex. This was going to be a big lift. We knew it. We knew it from the start. We knew it the day we woke up. Thank you, Janine, for pointing that out. The day we woke up and it was like, oh, there's no 1 acre exclusion anymore. We're now in the pool with all the giant cultivators. And we knew we anticipated all of that was coming, and we knew that we had to work together to make this functional. And we've been working hard on that with Uplift. We first tried the Prop 64 cooperative pathway, the Cannabis Cooperative Association. That was a dangling treat that didn't turn out to be anything. So we kind of abandoned that, and now we're an agricultural cooperative. But we're still seeking to find the way we can really serve our farmers because the pathway to small farm success is really challenging. But I still hold strongly that it falls in us working together more cooperatively. I'm also, I've been living in my little community for a bunch of years. I'm an active member of our volunteer fire department. I also sit on several different boards. I'm also an environmental consultant. So I wear many different hats, as a lot of us who are cultivators out there, I'm sure. This is what we do in rural Northern California. I think that's probably enough for me.
I'm Jill Vanderlinden from Organic Medicinals and Alluvium Organics. We farm a biodiversity of commercial C2F certified produce, fruits, nuts, livestock, and as well as OCal certified dry farmed cannabis, dry farmed 100% of the farm. We're located in Shively along the Eel River Valley, along the Avenue of the Giants, just south of Scotia, across the river from Pepperwood. The Eel River Valley has been known historically for its dry farming standards and practices. I learned from my neighbors how to dry farm in the area. It was an agricultural oasis since the advent of logging. And it used to support a vast array of farm stands in all the small communities that lined the Avenue of the Giants. Cannabis is a great addition to the farm because it is able to provide, and it used to be able to, provide a lot more economic viability to small farming. So as far as that, I'm here to advocate for watershed environmental best practices through dry farming. I believe that there is a lot of research to still be done to explain and put the science behind the practice of dry farming. That there's a lot of questions. Farmers don't understand which hinder them from moving forward into dry farming because they would like to have more answers to the questions of as to why it works, unwilling to take new challenges that they don't quite understand because they're gambling economic viability as well. Dry farming has brought economic viability to my farm as well as a lot of other farms that dry farm because we don't have the same inputs that other type of farming requires. We don't have to water, of course. A lot of times dry farming is done on very fertile already soil. We don't have to do that. We've found economic viability by using these standards and practices and in a regenerative, sustainable, organic format, which builds our ecosystem as well as a bioregion and hopefully connects bioregion by bioregion into a healthy watershed for not just people, but for everything.
Thank you. My name's Tina Gordon. I'm the founder and owner of Moonmade Farms. We are doing a very different kind of farming than Jill's doing as a dry farmer. We are in Palo Verde, the southeast corner of Humboldt County, and we're in a semi-arid area, rock and clay dominant soil. We're in an oak grove. We're at 2,200 feet in elevation and 33 miles from the Pacific Ocean. And I came to this 15 years ago. This is my 16th year in the area, without any farming experience, without any gardening experience, with never having had a pet in my life. And to this day, I don't have any. I'm sitting in between two of my heroes right here and people who I call like the triple threat farmers, because I'm so blown away by the capacity of what they're capable of doing and generating on the land. And so when I came to this farm, I came for a very different reason. And that was as a filmmaker, and that was as a rock and roll drummer. And what happened is I ended up seeing this plant grown from seed to full expression, and I fell in love with this plant. I completely fell in love, so that my first waking thought, my last waking thought of the day was this plant. And to this day, I feel the same way. And so I'm devoted to one plant only. And that's the plant I consider the most powerful plant on the planet. The plant that predates all of us, a plant that's been used for thousands of years in sacrament in non-Western cultures all over the world. And this plant, I consider this plant my teacher, because this plant is responsible for awakening me to the natural world, truly. I could not see it before I grew this plant. And now I'm like so devoted that I feel that it's my responsibility to go out and share this experience and what I've learned. Because what I want to see is exactly what's happening at this university. What I want to see is the research projects that are happening. What I want to see is how this plant can best be utilized for public good, for the people, for the land. And I think that the benefit we're receiving is so minor. And we're all turning left. So it's so minor compared to the benefits we could be receiving from this plant and how we could be utilizing this plant as a resource on this planet. And so this is a very small part of a much greater conversation that we happen to all be in the hot seat of right now. And so I'm interested in working together and seeing what we can do to make the best of this.
Okay, I think she's giving me this because it's like the softball question. I can talk about the farm. So, 29 years, we've been farming in Willow Creek. We're currently farming 19 acres. We're kind of known for our peaches, but the secret is peaches are sexy, but tomatoes pay the bills. So that's kind of always been our farm. And we're certified organic. We have been for 29 years. We're OCAL certified. We're Sun and Earth certified. We're trying, when I got here 30 years ago, when I got here in 1990, one of the attractions was self-sufficiency and the Back to the Land movement, and the people that had made that happen here in Humboldt County before we got here. So what the farm is it's kind of my interpretation or our interpretation of that. We steward about 60 acres of land. Some of it's rented, some of it we own. Cannabis for us was something that when legalization came along, it sounded like everybody thought we grew weed anyway, being a ponytailed, organic, farmer in Humboldt. We pursued a permit, and it's just part of the diversification of the farm for us. So we've been in the cannabis culture for 30 years or longer, but for us it was something later. We finally got to grow it legally. We're 100% white market, always have been, and that makes it incredibly hard to. We're not looking at cannabis as it is not the farm. It is a small piece, and I'd say last year we probably sold. We made more money off melons, I think, than cannabis. So that's the direction we're going. But we're also trying to, just like the rest of the farm, we're trying to make real relationships, and we're trying to grow something incredibly high quality, and rely on those relationships to carry us into the future, to grow the farm. So I do see a bright future for our farming cannabis. I think we're in it for the long run, but super bumpy road, and it'll be interesting.
Great, thank you. So let's get into some discussion. The panel previous to us talked about agriculture, right? Conventional agriculture, commercial cannabis farming in California is not legally recognized or regulated as agriculture activity. Can you all speak to how this impacts your business, your farming practices, and your market access? I think that's a theme. We need viability in order to advance the sustainability, right, that we're working on. So whoever would like to field that question.
I'll jump right in on that. Sure. Market access, how does that impact market access? Well, I mean, I think those of you who cultivate out there understand that when we talk about the price of a pound, the price that we can get for a pound of weed is not really what we get, because we only get paid for 50, maybe % of the weed that we've sold, right? Because we're in the process of getting constantly ripped off by the distribution and the retail. So when we talk about a $400 a pound price, we have to really consider that more like a $200 a pound price, right? Or even less, depending on what those percentages are, because they vary. And so like Uplift is now no longer running its brand because we've been ripped off too many times by too many distros, so we no longer can provide that service to our members of the co-op. So that's tough. That's something about how it's impacted our access to marketplace. I think I might also just express that we have this product. It's really easy to transport. It's value dense. Humboldt County doesn't have that. I mean, we have lumber, which is very difficult to move around the countryside and very environmentally impactful to harvest. We also have cattle, which are also heavy and alive, and until they're not. Those both are viable industries for Humboldt County, but they're not as value dense as cannabis. And that's really, I think, a huge win for us. And that's one of the golden eggs that we need to really hold on to this for, is that that value dense product has the capacity, even though we're not fully finding that yet with post-Prop 64 failures. It has the capacity of bringing a lot of value back into our really remote landscapes. And it's much less expensive for our government to do it by supporting those farmers and bringing their own money to those remote landscapes than to supporting after those places collapse and trying to figure, how to unravel those problems. So that's a brief piece on market access.
Thanks, Drew. Anyone else want to weigh in on that?
Market access or ag product versus
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of limitations when it comes to cannabis as far as equality in the business environment. There's a lot of extra expenses that the small farmers have taken on which they can't afford. Maybe the large farmers can, but I can say for the small farmers, we can't afford having to pay the cost of mandatory regulation. We're having to pay for the data sets. We're having to pay for the research. When it comes down to it, it hits our bottom line. So if we can get that burden removed from our bottom line, it's going to help us a lot more. And also provide us protections like, being able to put a producer's lien on a processor, a distro, maybe even a retail, because regular agriculture is able to do that. Cannabis isn't. Allowing us, equal access to services like banking. I'm not having to pay exorbitant amounts of money just to have a bank account. And then the more money you keep in your bank account, you're charged a percentage on that money. So it's an incentive almost not to even put money in the bank account. And then there's security, there's insurance. We're not created as equals in the marketplace. We're not, if we use our insurance, our rates go up so much we can't even afford it. Security is inaccessible to many small farmers and to the industry at large. I mean, the requirements for legal insured security is exorbitant. It's just you have to have an extra car following the car. You have to have 2 people all the time. You have to have, so the costs of mandatory regulation have come down upon the small farmer, and it's made it quite unaffordable to stay lucrative, and even, I would say it's the red ink years, because and until we get out of the red ink years and we get some sort of collective marketing power, we have nothing. Our percentage just goes down and down and down, and we've been trying to maintain, and we've been struggling, and everyone's been crying, and economic depression is real, and people don't have the money that they used to have to even move forward. It's kind of just maintain.
Yeah, and some of the other pieces that are difficult for us, and it really feels like a lot of this was punitive from the beginning, and coming out of prohibition, and it was it felt like a sin tax, right? And that's what's happening with things like, it's like we have these annual water board fees, right? We have the Measure S taxes. I personally have paid in about $120,000 on Measure S. We've got the 1600 fees, y'all. We have the banking fees, right? That are the surety bond. Do you need a surety bond to grow peaches and tomatoes?
Yeah.
And just the cost of metric, the cost, the time, the investment, the waste, right? And the licensing fees.
If we could just do away with licensing fees, excise tax, 280E.
Our CDFW remediation fee was over $5,000 because of cannabis. And by the way, my business background is being a rock and roll drummer. It's quite a transition, y'all. And some of the ways that we're having barriers to market, So one of the big problems, and I say this all the time, every bud is a gem. I truly feel that. Every bud is a gem. For me to ensure that every bud that somebody receives that they are going to take into their body, which I believe is a very important responsibility, I've got to have oversight of that. I've got to have quality control. Because how many people here have had product destroyed in processing? Destroyed. And this is after spending 8 months with this plant. It's absolutely heart-wrenching. And so this isn't just like a commodity to us.
Right.
This is our lifeblood. And it's very important that we have the ability for safe passage to, for instance, if we need to purchase clones, wouldn't it make sense that we could drive ourselves to the nursery? Doesn't it make sense, or seeds, doesn't it make sense that we can transport to a distributor? How amazing would it be if we could have on-site testing of product? On-site testing, right? How incredible would that be? And these are just things to make the supply chain work. You know, let's make the supply chain work. Let's do it together. And so those are just a few pieces. If you guys have anything to add.
Yeah, to build on that, us transitioning to cannabis, we are. If you look at our farm, you would never see the difference if the cannabis is just kind of folded into our farm, into our row crops and trees, etc. And the amount of paperwork, hoops to jump through, etc., to just bring this product to market versus our melons, our peaches. We even have wine grapes on our property. Nobody has ever, we have been bartering for years 2 acres of wine grapes with a winemaker. Nobody has ever come to ask us what is going on with these wine grapes. Ever. We put them on our producer sheet. We're not hiding them. That was just amazing to us. And then, like, you know, our first little naive assumption, like, here's the cannabis, where's our money? Like, that's how we deal with row crops, our produce. We exchange things kind of immediately, and to just learn this process of, like, oh, okay, I have to figure out my life for 4 months when I'm not going to get paid for something that I handed over. That's incredible. Like, we feel very fortunate that we're diversified so that we have these other things that can be in play while we're waiting for that, if it even ever shows up, which is amazing. So.
Yeah, you said it.
Thank you all. Really appreciate it. We're getting near to Q&A, and so I want to take us back to the people in the room. There's incredible potential here. And so before we open a Q&A, I'd like to ask each of you if there's one idea, one thought, one request that you want to put forward to the students, to the policymakers, to the advocates, to your fellow farmers, what would that be? And I'll go ahead and offer from my perspective. Collaborate, coordinate, organize, join your local trade association or form a local trade association. We are stronger together. And I'll pass it to you guys.
Great. Yeah, I think building on that, I love that idea. Of course, love the idea of working together. I feel like we're in a place where we really need to incentivize working together in a very significant way. And as Uplift, we've taken it from the opposite side, where we assumed there might be incentives, and we went down the rabbit hole, found that there was nothing in the way of incentives whatsoever for us to be working together. And we had to fight for every single one on our own, which is great. That's okay. But I think based on where we're at right now in the cannabis space, I think we really need to be offering those incentives. I think we need to be holding capital, saying when farmers are working together, they get access to this capital. And that's what's going to bring the industry back around. Because if we're giving money to individual farmers, which we've done a bit of here in Humboldt County, there's been some really innovative programs, but I think what we've seen is lack of results. We've seen farms accessing supportive funds, but that money just sort of evaporates. The farms aren't left with any long-term capacity or support. So the one request of the audience that I would have is let's work together to find ways to incentivize working together in a really clear, on the ground, valuable, and fundamental way.
Thanks, Joe.
Yeah. I'd like to see our strong environmental activism still remain in Humboldt and prosper, and used as an example maybe to other areas of how to, and come together with marketing organizations, like you're saying, a cooperative marketing organization that maybe is a color-based, humble, Mindo, Trinity, and they have their own collaborative, non-stop, non-profit, non-incorporated model for the growers to get the products to market in not just California, but also to get them to market in international, eventually, hopefully.
Thanks, Jill.
I think that my thought is, and my feeling, my deepest feeling is be the plant. And what would the plant do? What does the plant want? What does the plant need? And plants thrive in not only collaborative, mutualistic environments, but diverse environments. And one of the things that I think that we could all really benefit from is considering this isn't about me and mine, but us and ours. And what I would love to see in this room in 5 years is a lot more people and a lot more diversity. And I think that we are in an incredible position right now to grow if we can support each other. But we need that support now, because most of us are at a place right now where we're either following, we're contracting, or we're trying to figure out what else we could possibly do in our lives to contribute in such a meaningful way as we are right now. And so I think that that it's important now to rely upon our intuition and our inherent intelligence. This is what I've learned through cultivating this plant. Rely on your intuition and your inherent intelligence. Be observant, lead with your heart, and be the plant. And I think that that's what's going to help us move forward.
Thanks, Tina.
I guess one thought of moving forward right now, especially since we have the option to have a placeholder in the state's eyes of acreage or size that you are. Right now in Humboldt County, it's very exciting. There's a lot of increase in our food systems and our food hub. Things are really happening. So I guess I would maybe encourage people to consider diversifying, for even if it's just for a little bit. If you're following a greenhouse or a space, think about food that you could possibly grow there, because the food hub is hopping. There's a lot of grant money moving through that, and we're feeding the people of our county. It's a strong place, and so I guess I would just encourage people, if you do need to contract, to consider using some of that space as food, and diversity is a really good thing.
So these are comments directed at everybody here, from the policymakers, community members, cannabis growers, like coming out of 24 years of growing fruits and vegetables, selling them at the farmers market, being a chief of the local fire department, you get, there's some honor in everything there, and there is some having a successful small business, right? And then to walk into the cannabis world, where you are looked down upon, where everybody thinks you're cheating, where everybody thinks you have barrels of money in the ground. Like, we all, as growers, as cannabis farmers, we all deserve to be looked at as successful small business owners. We all are trying to do the best for our communities, and so we all have to stop hiding. We shouldn't be embarrassed. And I think like we need to be treated that way. So.
Thank you all, truly. So we're going to go ahead and open up to Q&A, and my request, please, keep it to questions and keep it brief. The more voices we can add to this conversation, the better. So we could just go by a raise of hands. Sequoia.
Yeah, I don't know if it's so much a question, but a kind of a statement to follow up on some of the things I've heard. In the beginning, the acreage cap wasn't upheld, but it was upheld on co-ops, which I know is one of the reasons why co-ops are not so achievable. And by definition, they're not able to succeed because they're not able to be acting big because they're restricted to 4 acres where the 1 acre cap was not upheld. And I'm just wondering if, and I don't even think any of you on this panel can answer this, maybe this was for the other panel, but if there's still efforts, or if even if the 4 acre cap was lifted on co-ops, how there was no longer a 1 acre cap on farms, would it be a tool that would be usable and maybe something that could help the small farms to work together? Because now there's not this restriction on how many of you can work together to be big.
Do you have thoughts?
I'll just jump in on that real quick. Thank you, Sequoia. There's just no reason in my world to participate in the Cannabis Cooperative Association that was laid out in Prop 64. It's a piece of shit. Don't bother. Seriously, like, it's not worth the time. There's no incentive. There's only restrictions. That's not how co-ops work. It was an effort to make it a tool of the small farm and to restrict it only to the small farms, and I believe that there was some actual genuine efforts in that. But the way everything ended up working out in the end, it was kind of, it was just a waste of our time. But there's this great entity that already does exist, which is the agricultural cooperative. And that's been in existence for 150 years. And there's actually no reason we can't use that in cannabis, which is what we discovered with Uplift. And at first we thought, oh, we can't do that, so we have to do the Cannabis Cooperative Association path, which it ended up that wasn't the case. I would love to see some support and some language in Prop 64 that actually does incentivize cooperatives. But yeah, that's not there right now. So I personally, at one point, I think I was even talking to Janine at one point, I was talking with Ross about this. Like, how can we fix the Cannabis Cooperative Association? And I was like, no, don't even bother. It's done. There's no
Voter initiative.
Come again?
Not necessary, though. Like, we have agricultural cooperatives.
Yeah, we already have a great entity. And there's other entities that farms are working together in as well, some of which are represented here in this room. So marketing cooperatives, farms working together to have viable access to the marketplace.
Awesome, thanks.
I was wondering what the process to become Sun and Earth and OCal certified was for you guys, how much it costs, and if you're garnering a higher price for your product because you are certified.
Good question.
That's a great question. I'm happy to speak to the Sun and Earth certification, and it is what I consider a very manageable process. The cost comes out to be $400.
Is that annually or just a one-time thing?
That's annually, and there's an inspection process, and there's also what I would say is access to some resources, very good resources. It's one of the ways for me that I feel that I've been doing a lot of learning through both the Sun and Earth certification and the Denko certification, is like groups of people that I think are incredibly knowledgeable and share a lot of information that has helped me integrate the regenerative practices into what I'm doing. So earlier on, it was like books, I was learning, I was reading, I was like, what's a Google culture? I'm gonna try to build that. That's cool. And and then finding these groups of people has been absolutely amazing. So I encourage everyone to look into it for sure. And I think that other folks can speak to OCal.
It's lighted scale, according to how much you make as far as certification. I like working with third-party certifiers because they make auditing and tracking, and they kind of provide you a template for mandatory regulations. And you fill in according to your standards and practices and what you do on your farm, the answers. And then you kind of have this guided, present to regulators and to other people and to consumers. And so it gives your product a little bit more consumer confidence, perhaps. I haven't seen the real effects yet from OCal or Sun and Earth certifications, but I hope to. I feel it's important to let the people who want the products know at least a little of what they're getting. It just consumer choice. It makes it easier for people to source.
One other thing about that is I think that it creates relatable messaging. And so whenever, and I think that this is, at this point, it's extremely powerful. Like word of mouth is extremely powerful. Every time we talk to one person about, do you prefer organic produce? Then you may want to look to Sun and Earth. And so I think that that's a way in which slowly but surely the messages are starting to spread.
Yeah, my farm's also Sun and Earth certified, and I haven't seen the return of that. I have, like was mentioned, I really have enjoyed a lot of the benefits of communicating with the Sun and Earth folks, and the inspections have been really helpful and informative for me in my process of building my capacity to farm. But yeah, I think if we don't have our own brand that in the end has that stamp on it, then we can't really access value from it. And so it ends up, so what do we need to generate the value? We'll probably need our own brand to make sure that we have that stamp. Otherwise, our weed is there with everyone else's weed looking the same, but we know it's not. And so, but that's a whole nother step. And this is, I'll keep coming back to this, but this is why I think we need to work together, because running your own brand is a giant project. And if we could run brands as groups of farms, I think we could really save ourselves on those margins.
Great, thank you. Questions? Adrian.
Traditional conventional agriculture, environmental practices are heavily subsidized, both by CDFA and by USDA. Do you folks believe that you would see an improvement or an increase in the amount of sustainable farming in cannabis and an increase in the viability of sustainable farms if we had access to similar programs?
Being certified organic for a long time, there are very few. Only recently are there programs available for small farmers. For the vast majority of our farming, for 29 years, we received no subsidies. So I think all those things would be dreamy. And I think what's happening right now with different programs, different healthy soil programs, getting farmers using cover crops and whatnot, that's great. But we just went to a regenerative agriculture conference, and it was fluff. It was BS. It was I can get the government to pay for these cover crops, and as long as the government pays for them, I'll use them. But I'm still going to use my chemical nitrogen. I'm still going to use Roundup everywhere. It was just kind of shocking to be in the room. So I don't know that grants and subsidies are the way to go. But I know for all of us, why are we Sun and Earth certified? Why are we OCal certified? It's because it's the way we want to see the world. I don't know how you attract. One of the things I like about Sun and Earth is that there's a social component to it. So they took into account if Amy sat on a board of a nonprofit, or if I was a firefighter, that was good for them. And that's something that corporate ag or industrial ag, they can't do that. So that's something where I'm like, yeah, Sun and Earth. And it's hard to get it on a label, especially with a pre-rolls, this big. And but it's what's in my heart. So.
Thanks.
With everyone identifying that the fractured supply
what could be removed from that supply chain or that fracture, whether it's offsite processing, distribution, transportation, which one of those would be a big key to helping further the success in the future? Maybe each of you could answer that.
I could jump in. We tried originally when we were a Cannabis Cooperative Association with Uplift. We thought, won't this be great? If one of us can do the services that we are allowed to do for ourselves, wouldn't it be great if we could do that also for the other members of the co-op? This makes perfect sense. Hey, I've got this space where people can trim, and everybody should be able to bring their trim in, and we should be able to handle that for all the members of our cooperative. That made sense to us. That's not how it works, as you know very well, but that would be an amazing improvement if we were able to move the capacity around like that amongst members of a cooperative, where we could, if one person who holds the transport license could do the transporting for the members of the cooperative, because currently the cooperative itself probably can't do the transporting because of various other problems in the chain. Maybe they could if they invest enough capital and all that, but that's one idea that we started off with, and now it seems a little dreamy and far off, but if we could be able to use the strengths of different farms that have those licenses, that could really help us.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so much is complex, and I just think that something to what it makes me think about is like, how do we create a regenerative supply chain? Every step along the way, how is this plant regarded with the highest possible respect? Because the way that it reaches, and what I'm concerned about is consumers. I'm really concerned about what consumers have access to in the California market. It is very loud to me that in all of Los Angeles County, there are 5 dispensaries that carry regenerative sun-grown. 5. Like, that's incredible, right? How many in Humboldt County? How many in San Francisco? How many farmers have brands in San Francisco? I'm from San Francisco and I can't get into San Francisco. Like, what is it? It's incredibly difficult to create this market access.
Yeah.
And so I truly feel that eventually if we can go to, and what perhaps is best is kind of like a wine club model, right? Because everyone is seeking something different in cannabis. Everyone kind of needs something different in cannabis. It's very complex. And so I would love to see co-op models around this. That would be a beautiful and incredible thing. And maybe it needs to start with some satellites that then could start coming together. But we need to create those satellites. We've got to create market access. And so what are those solutions? I think it is breaking down all of those barriers to market all along the supply chain. And so that means direct to consumer, that means farmers market, that means being able to somehow get our product to the dispensary without it being so complicated to get that routing. It's like you go to Rainbow Grocery in San Francisco, or you go to no doubt a bunch of the co-ops here. The produce producers are bringing their products straight to the shop, correct? Mm-hmm. Right? And straight to the farm.
But they are making that more difficult too. Now you're required to have, refrigerated trucks. And, they're supposed to be insured. You have to have this food, you have to have the food safety plan. You have to, so once again, more mandatory regulations, more data sets, more research that's being required on the regulatory level are being passed down to the farmer. So yeah, there's still, it's the cost effectiveness, and it's being able to maintain resiliency in the marketplace, and what they came up with the food hubs, and it took them years to do here in Humboldt County, but it's a huge success, and it provides to all the schools, to all the senior centers, to the list goes on, and it's a centralized system that everyone, if we could perhaps build cannabis hubs with access to agricultural funding that agricultural farms have access to. So there's lots of grants and there's lots of funds that straight ag can get, but not cannabis, So if we could combine the funding to include cannabis on, not just, you know, to combine that somehow, create more money like on the ground instead of taking so much of our funds and making it difficult to move forward into marketing and such.
So we have time for maybe one or two questions at most. One. Dominic's giving me the one. I'm going to hand it to you, Alex.
Well, Janine, maybe this is a question that you could answer as well, but I'm curious, just thinking about opportunities and ways to move forward. You know, we don't have federal legalization, so there's challenges there with banking and, you know, financial institutions. We have a voter pass proposition, which, you know, to a certain extent ties the hands of the legislature because they have to honor voter intent. You know, could you maybe tee up, like, what was voter intent in Prop 64, and so where do you see opportunities to help support that intent when we explore legislation and options there?
Sure. Thank you, Alex, for the question. You know, personally, when I consider Proposition 64 and the work that we're doing in advocacy, I like to look at the intent language, right? And so speaking to the acre cap is really kind of integral to that because it was built as a system, right? And the system was broken on the onset. And so it's not functioning the way it was intended to. And so I think that when we're looking at reforms and we're looking at trying to maintain the intention that the people of California voted on, we really need to look at repairing the impacts of where that was broken. And so for our organization, really looking at market access for small farmers to try and repair the challenges that have been born for the past 8 years from not having that 5-year runway to build our market share. And so I think, you know, many folks have spoken to direct sales as an opportunity. I really think that's on the table. We've been working hard in our organization for 3 years on an opportunity for direct sales at cannabis events. And I think that's a particularly powerful opportunity because it speaks to the messaging and the relationship, right? And the ability to get the word out there about the farmers, the products, the qualities to consumers, to other retailers. And so, you know, that's what I would offer and what we've been working on as something that's right there. It's right there. It's very close. It's in reach. So that's what I'd like to offer. Yeah. And I think we're right about at time. Awesome. 1 minute early, just for you.
Well done. I'm just so stoked to have him here today, and so glad that I found him. I know my students have been absolutely enjoying his classes. He brings a wealth of experiential knowledge and connection to this place and a variety of roles that he's had. He's been a high school science teacher, permaculturist, a consultant, co-invented with Jesse Dodd the Emerald Cup Regenerative Cannabis Cup Award, and he's got a nice talk to give today about how the ecological is economical, among other things. And so, with that said, I'm going to turn it over to Dan.
Thank you. All right. Thank you so much. This room's a little more familiar to me than the other one. I like standing up here. I would like to first acknowledge the Native American Studies Department and the Center for Indian Community Development for providing the space for us today. I think it's very synchronistic that this forum or this symposium is being held in this forum. After generations of timber management practices, policies of total wildfire suppression, the expansion of the cannabis industry, and the development of these sacred lands, we are finally listening to the original practitioners of regenerative agriculture, the native and indigenous populations of the state, to help guide future policies and practices for returning fire as a method for managing natural resources and as a restorative agricultural practice. So I'd like to thank them for that and this opportunity. So, My grandma used to call me the cheap one. She called my brother the little shit, so I think I got away with an easier one there. She called me cheap not because I wasn't generous, but because as a child I would save my weekly allowance and my birthday money for something special versus the little plastic toys found on the cereal aisle or the latest Dayglow t-shirt or the latest cassette recording release. I actually made mixtapes. Anyone do this? By recording a song? Off the radio, you wait to hit record. Yes? That's cheap and piracy, but I'll move on. Perhaps it was because I watched my mother raise 2 kids and work multiple jobs, or because I heard stories that my grandparents told about the Depression and the wars. I like to think that it was because I got to experience so many awesome things that didn't cost very much money. Somehow my mom was able to take my brother and I camping numerous times every summer and countless times to explore tide pools in the local mountains. But spending so much time growing up with my grandparents was a place of joy for me. They didn't have any playground equipment or video game systems, but they had generous, full gardens of Italian herbs and vegetables. They had fruit trees dripping with fruit in the summertime, all grown with Grandpa's homemade compost and fish emulsions, and cooked in Grandma's kitchen starting before the sun even came up. They had so much, considering they came from so little. I'm blessed that I was able to see that at a young age, and it shaped my relationship with the environment and with money forever. They showed me that if you want to have more, you need to have less. As a permaculture designer, I am bound by 3 essential ethics: earth care, people care, and fair share. These ethics, along with guiding principles, direct my work and my relationships with my clients and my environment. In my work, I'm always focused on the relationship between the constructed and the natural environments, and how the abiotic and biotic factors influence both of these systems. As I create my design plans, the mantra, ecological is economical, repeats itself. In a recent UC Berkeley publication, it was demonstrated that the water extracted for irrigation on legal cannabis farms is less than residential use and far less than the water extracted on illegal farms. And these legal extractions represent less than 4% of the stream flow. So, not as bad as it used to be, but some impact nonetheless. When I worked in cannabis compliance from 2015 to 2019, our main focus was forbearance and setbacks. Forbearance and setbacks, forbearance and setbacks. The solution was easy-ish, at least from a regulatory standpoint, right? Buy water tanks and move your farm. Well, but what we started to do was we started to look at it a different way. If you needed 100,000 gallons, then essentially you were tasked with buying 20 to 40 water tanks or digging a pond that exceeded what you needed. What if we only needed 10 to 15 tanks, and what if we didn't need to dig that pond? So these conversations started, and we started a community of sharing information, skills, and resources. What if we worked in reverse? If we reduced the amount of water required per plant per day by implementing simple changes to the way we cultivate, we can have profoundly positive effects on the environment and our wallet. Increasing the water holding capacity of the soil, mulching, diversifying crops, infiltrating rainwater, and being mindful of how and when we irrigate are all simple to low-cost solutions. Thus, not requiring the 100,000 gallons of stored irrigation water, nor creating the large footprint of disturbance for the infrastructure. Ecological is economical. In Africa, with the support of the UN and other NGOs, the citizens are creating the Great Green Wall. Has anyone heard of the Great Green Wall? Yeah, this is real. This is not fake news. Using hand tools, shovels, groups of individuals are stopping the southern expansion of the Sahara Desert, the largest desert in the world at 3.6 million square miles. They are implementing low-tech systems, such as berms and swales in conjunction with plants to slow spread and sink rainwater, thus creating a living ecosystem that is stopping desertification and thus the Sahara migration. The Great Green Wall will restore natural ecosystems, which will bring water and food security to everyone within the region and beyond. Individual families will be able to produce enough food for themselves, to share with their neighbors, and to also participate in local agricultural markets. The people of Africa are stopping the Sahara with shovels. Let that sink in. So why can't we do the same? Why can't we implement small changes for great effect to stop the migration of our Sahara? The Youngling Brewery in Pennsylvania. Has anyone heard of the Youngling Brewery? Anyone from Pennsylvania? Yingling, sorry. I knew I was going to get that wrong. There was no... Okay. Over 200 years ago by German immigrants. It's considered the oldest brewery in America. After them was the Best Brewing, now also known as Pabst. They came onto the scene. Then Anheuser-Busch, then Coors, and so on and so on. Big companies producing large volumes of product dominating the market. Then, in the 1970s, a little place in Albion, California. Our neighbors to the south. Anyone been to Albion, California? Yeah. They started what is known as the small craft movement in the beer industry. Today, you can find micro and nano breweries throughout the country. You can walk in and taste the intention that each brewer put into their product. In fact, he or she might even be serving you the beer. In some places, a shout out to our own Humboldt Regeneration in McKinleyville, you can be served beer by the brewer who also grew the grain that he made the beer with. Does this industry evolution sound familiar, but in reverse? Small craft producers of high quality products with a relationship to their environment and their communities being consolidated and dominated by large companies with less quality products and less connection with and stewardship of their environment. There are 13 people meeting in Sacramento right now, and they've been meeting for several months, representing state government, NGOs, private companies, and universities. And before you ask, one of the group members planted hemp as an experimental crop. 13 individuals along with public comment periods who are developing the definition of regenerative agriculture for the state of California. These individuals have been tasked with categorizing a complex methodology that nature has been carrying out for eons so that policies and programs can be formalized as regenerative or as regenerative agriculture. The group's goal is to also guard against greenwashing. I wish them luck with that one. I'm hopeful, though, for the potential paradigm shift this could create within large-scale industrial ag. But I also fear the potential pitfalls that we have seen with pigeonholing practices to fit within a construct that carries more weight in marketing while diluting the actual on-the-ground practices. Not to mention formalizing nature. For me, and I know many others of you here today, the concept of regeneration in agriculture looks very similar to the natural ecosystem processes that surround us. The building of topsoil and the sequestration of carbon in conjunction with a thriving soil community, the prevention of erosion, the infiltration of rainwater, and the recharging of aquifers, the integration of annual and perennial plant communities that provide habitat and a balance in pest populations, and the connectivity of all communities into a thriving ecosystem, a sort of natural social equity, if you will. Many farmers that I know use this as a blueprint for their agricultural and business practices. Many farmers do this just with a shovel, not with drones and not with AI-managed irrigation systems. I propose a shift in our approach to addressing our present environmental impacts. We all have them. Even the most ethical, principled, and intentional human systems have impacts. I propose we stop grabbing the low-hanging fruit. I think it's time we take off the blinders of looking only at the high-profile elements that are affecting our environment and see it as the complex regenerative system that it is. I do not think that water tanks or rainwater catchment or beneficial hedgerows are enough. I believe we need to take the next steps to restoring our watersheds with shovels. I believe we need to implement regenerative systems beyond the cultivation area so that the legal water extractions represent not less than 4%, but less than 0% of the stream flow. That's real math. I believe we need to release the oaks from fir encroachment and continue to work with our tribal neighbors and fire-safe councils to return fire to the landscape so that our open spaces can be dominated by perennial grasses once again. I believe we need to restore Class 3 watercourses with one rock check dams that slow spread and sink precipitation high in the landscape, which increase stream flows within main stem systems and create more resilient forest ecosystems. However, the present policies need to shift to allow for these small changes to be implemented so that we may have a greater effect in regenerating our native ecosystems that for so long have made it possible for us to construct our homes and cultivate our crops. By reducing the regulatory barriers and redundant funding entities, we can focus on the sharing of information, resources, skills, and our own personal time as a community and take the next steps in restoring our watersheds. We can help cannabis farms move beyond sustainable and implement regenerative systems within their agricultural practices and their land management systems. A veritable stacking of functions, if you will. We all know the importance of setbacks and forbearance periods. But what about the importance of working together to create our own great green wall? I know there are pathways, applications, permits, and grants to do this, but I also know firsthand that the present pathway is lengthy and burdensome, with many stopgaps along the way. It's time for us all to stop making excuses. It's time for us to stop blaming the Yinglings and the Anheuser-Busches. For if we lose the last of our communities within our watersheds, who will be left to do this work? It's time to turn around and realize that the Sahara is indifferent to who lives in its path, and until we start to truly work together and pick up that shovel, it will swallow us all. I appreciate the timing of this symposium. You might even say it's synchronistic. In Cannabis Studies 335, we started our unit on regenerative practices. The students will embark on a field studies opportunity, and just 2 days ago, they received their case studies. The course is titled Cannabis and Environmental Sustainability. And throughout the semester, I have asked them, is the cannabis industry sustainable? I have observed their opinion evolve from the first day of the semester to their essays at the midterm exam a couple of weeks ago. And I know it will evolve more after their participation in today's symposium, because they are here watching and listening. So, as I stand before you in this professorial position at a podium, I'll ask you, is cannabis agriculture sustainable? I know that question requires more context. Is it sustainable in Humboldt, in California? At what scale? 10,000 square feet, 10 acres. And I will say, it does not matter. What matters is that we know we can do better as farmers, as scientists, as policymakers, and as resource providers. And it's time to do so. Our history has many stories of folks along the way that engaged in corporal acts of mercy. Mother Teresa, MLK, Gandhi are just a few. They were people that identified the needs of their communities without the purpose of recognition or return on investment, and they acted. What if we engaged in corporal acts of mercy with our environment? What if, as farmers, policymakers, scientists, academics, and just regular folks stopped, reassessed, and acted for the environment, for what it needs and not what we need from it? What if we stopped with the politics and the rhetoric and just acted without recognition for our efforts or return on our investment, with just a shovel together, and created islands of refugia, IORs, not ROIs? For economical is the act of ecological mercy. So I'll leave you with this. The policies and practices that we enact and implement during our time at the helm will ripple into the future. It may seem as though we have existed in the 59th minute of the 11th hour since the Platonic age. But at no time in our history have we had this many people on the planet inflicting this much disturbance to the Earth's natural resources. This university has taken the first step in recognizing the cannabis industry as a reality through the implementation of a degree program and the symposium. Many of you have done it through policies, mission statements, and compliance agreements. Many of you have done it, and the small farmers represented here today do it every morning they wake up and commit corporal acts of mercy with their environment. Can I have the students in the Cannabis Studies program please raise their hands? Please keep them up. So, if not for ourselves, if not for our own legacy, if not for our own return on investment, if not for our own corporal acts of mercy, perhaps we can do this for them. Thank you.
Thank you all. Hello, everybody. Hello. I'm really proud to be standing here in this room. This room is full of environmental stewards and herbalists. That's something I always really like to center in this space, how we are all herbalists who are herbal farmers. We're growing medicine for the people. You know, many of us, maybe not everybody here is a farmer, but I think those of us who love cannabis love it in part because it's such a potent medicine. So as Dominic beautifully described earlier today, the legacy of Humboldt and the North Coast and our cannabis is part of a history of leadership and participation in the restoration sector. Cannabis farmers have led this sector, and this room is full of farmers who have implemented incredible projects on their farms. And one of the things I really want to celebrate in this panel are some of the beautiful successes that each of these organizations and practitioners here have been able to accomplish, because I think there's a lot that we have to celebrate and a lot that we have to build on. We also exist in the context of the rapid revitalization of Indigenous land stewardship here. And it's been such an honor to be in this space, in the Indigenous Forum, in this building. And I know a lot of people in this room are supporting those efforts, and each of us here can also support it. I want to call out that we're next door to the Food Sovereignty Lab, which is currently fundraising to open their workspace that's going to be celebrating studying, researching traditional ecological knowledge led by Indigenous scholars. They're still fundraising, so each of you can fundraise and support that effort if you want. And then I wanted to celebrate each of you here. The representatives we have here are some of the drivers behind this work that we've accomplished here on the North Coast. You're prioritizing projects, you're identifying funding streams, coordinating with funding agencies, lots of meetings, lots of phone calls, lots of permits. And I think you're somewhat of the wind beneath the wings of some of the vision that our farmers are envisioning for their parcels. So I just really appreciate you and would love to, excited to hear about the work that each of you are doing. We're holding true, so much is changing now, but we're holding true to the things that endure. The culture of stewardship, incredible examples of regenerative agriculture, and community investment that each of us here represent. So we're here to celebrate successes and also dig into some problem solving and see what we can do to really scale this work. Because urgency is the word here, right? We're living through a climate crisis, a biodiversity crisis, and frankly, pointing fingers isn't getting anywhere. I don't think that's what's happening today, but I want to celebrate and point out these organizations here at the table that are showing us how to cross the aisle, establish transformative partnerships, identify shared values, and implementing projects that make a difference. So our work now is to increase the Earth's capacity to sustain diverse life, including our own, like we're part of that. And so how do we go about that? So I'd like to bring it to each of you. I would love to hear about the amazing projects that's happening on the ground, the work that you're doing, dynamic partnerships that you're working on. and also trying to figure out how we're going to scale this work, what barriers are in the way, and what your vision is for how to get there. Maybe we can start at the end of the table with Jackie. Would you like to start?
Sure.
All right. So thank you, everybody. Let's celebrate Jackie here, Jackie Riccio from Cannabis for Conservation.
Thank you, Selena. Thank you, everyone. It's so great to see a bunch of familiar faces in the audience and a bunch of new ones as well. As she said, I'm Jackie Riccio. I'm the executive director and co-founder of Cannabis for Conservation. We are a 501c3 environmental nonprofit. We're based here in Arcata. And we got established in 2017. Our mission is to conserve persisting natural resources, restore degraded ecosystems, and educate cannabis communities to prevent further unsustainable practices in cultivation. And what we have done has really, we've really kind of filled a niche that wasn't being filled. There's a lot of people clearly working in sustainability and improving cultivation practices and improving regenerative agriculture. But there was kind of this missing piece where there wasn't someone looking at land management in general, someone looking at biodiversity conservation from a biological perspective. Things that are pretty standard in traditional agriculture. There's lots of programs with USDA, with the federal government for habitat conservation. There's lots of grant funding and monies for research on traditional row crops and IPM. There wasn't a lot of that going on for the cannabis industry. And obviously with farms just coming into regulation, we didn't really expect there to be. But my background, I'm a Cal Poly Humboldt alum, and I completed my degrees here in wildlife conservation and in archaeology. And so I was a biologist. And so working in our national forests up here and working on some other agricultural programs, it was kind of hard not to mix the two. So anyway, we're here. We focus on biodiversity conservation and research, habitat restoration, habitat conservation, habitat enhancements. We are starting to get involved with wildfire resilience now, sediment reduction, and watershed restoration. So some of our programs include, let's see, of course my slide is way over there. Okay, there we go. A number of our programs are funded by CDFW. So we get a lot of most of our funding, with the exception of RLF and a couple other private foundations, comes from state agencies. So CDFW has funded our drought resilience program. We're actually wrapping that one up. We got farms up to 100% and sometimes even over 100% water storage and hardened irrigation on 17 farms in high priority watersheds, which was great. And then we also have our Trinity County licensing program, which is primarily to assist cultivators with completing CEQA and all the environmental compliance that's required to get a license there. That's for 72 cultivators and counting. Our Wildlife Conscious certification was a great collaboration, originally actually between CDFW. It started with CDFW and Cal Poly Humboldt, Dr. Matt Johnson, some really awesome hardworking grad students, Matt and Janelle in the back there, and lots of other agencies participated in that as well. And that was a pilot program that we're wrapping up. And the certification is primarily to bolster biodiversity, wildlife biodiversity on farms, and using farms as habitat refugia, and creating them into functional agroecosystems that support a diversity of wildlife. Our wildfire resilience program was one that we just got funded, and it was one of our most demanded, or requested, I guess I should say, requested programs. There currently aren't any really cannabis-tailored wildfire resilience programs. So we put together a grant application, and it was funded by CAL FIRE. So we're going to get some funding to create management plans that will ultimately treat up to 1,000 acres of privately owned forest that also happen to have some cannabis occurring on site. And then our final project was our first federal funding. It's actually through the EPA. I feel bad for our State Water Resources Control Board staff that had to work on that application. There was a lot of questions about what kind of an organization we were with cannabis in our name to get that federal funding, but it's administrated by the Water Board. And so we're going to be focusing on the community of Post Mountain in Trinity County. It is a very, very highly impacted watershed. There's very few resources there. It's kind of been largely, honestly, left out and forgotten by the county. They don't have any electricity, and there's very limited support for that community. And it is a cannabis community. So those are our two most recent programs. And I will wrap this up and let other people speak. But I wanted to underline a couple of points. I wanted to echo the narrative of collaboration and how important that is for this industry. I think that we get caught up sometimes in saying this agency or that agency or this organization, and it's all people. All these agencies and departments are people, and having conversations, forming relationships, that is equally as much a part of the science and the administration as anything else. So we need to be really developing these relationships and galvanizing them, whether that's farmers and regulators, environmental interests, and cannabis interests. We all need to be working together, and that's something that CFC prides itself on. We try to be a liaison between regulatory interests and cannabis interests, environmental interests, and come from that in a non-regulatory way. We're able to kind of, bring some of these polarized interests together. And so that's something that we've really tried to emphasize and do in our work. We try to make all of our programs free. We know that that's a big barrier to a lot of the environmental movements. It's very expensive to get water storage. It's very expensive to put in hugelkultur and et cetera, and habitat enhancements and do stream bed restoration. So all of our programs are free to farmers to participate, so long as we can keep acquiring grant funding. Like I said, we work with CDFW, with CAL FIRE, with even the Forest Service. We work with over 300 farmers between Humboldt, Trinity, and Mendocino, and some other random counties throughout the state. We work with for-profit environmental interests like consulting groups and other cannabis consulting groups. And it's really what's made us successful. So I just wanted to acknowledge that this is, we're a really small team at CFC, but all of our collaborators and our ability to work together with academic interests as well has brought us to this place. And I'm really grateful for that. And hopefully we can keep expanding that and keep working towards our restoration goals. So thank you.
Thanks very much. I definitely want to acknowledge, thank you, Cal Poly, for hosting this symposium, first one I've heard of, in Humboldt, and RLF for the funding. They have been instrumental in not only promoting this symposium, but they've actually helped me work with cannabis producers as well, because it's really hard to find funding. As I work for the Humboldt County Resource Conservation District, we are nearly 100% grant funded. We don't have extra money to go for projects unless we feel like that project can be funded. So having some funding from RLF through other diverse partners, it's been really helpful. But I wanted to talk about what we do at the Humboldt County Resource Conservation District. So we work with producers of all sorts. We work with ranchers, dairies, small-scale farmers, and we're starting to sort of open our doors to cannabis producers as well. And it's difficult for us. We are governed by a board of directors, and half of them are very, very conservative, and others are conservative, but they see the writing on the wall, and they know that cannabis is, it's another agricultural production system that we need to start helping with, because we work with ag producers who have natural resource
concerns on their property. So I want to talk about the 3 programs that we have at the RCD, or the Resource Conservation District. So we work all in Humboldt County. That's our jurisdiction. We have a really great agricultural program, and we're really focusing right now, all the money is towards soil health and carbon sequestration, which basically it's just promoting all the practices that cannabis producers and other producers are already promoting and implementing on their farms already. But we're just, we're able to grab that money and help those producers implement those practices. There we go. So right now we're developing conservation plans, basically carbon farm plans on different farms, on different types of, again, dairy, ranches, and small scale farms. And we're promoting a lot of agricultural practices that are conservation related, primarily, you know, putting compost, making your soils a little bit better, doing hedgerows for pollinator habitat, and doing a lot of rangeland plantings with more sustainable grasses that work for this area. I'm just like seeing all these different things going. And we provide, especially through our RLF funding and through CDFA, we are able to provide general technical assistance to agricultural producers. So we also have a forestry program that is relatively new here, but has been just exploding in this area. So we work with farmers, and our ag program, there's not a lot of funding for us to be able to help a lot of cannabis producers specifically for cannabis production, but you know, we kind of work around the edges to try to do that, because so many cannabis producers are very diverse, and they're not just growing cannabis, they're growing tomatoes and melons and have orchards. So we're definitely able to help in that aspect of it. But the forestry program, there's so much funding coming through CAL FIRE, just like Jackie said, and they're cool with doing stuff on parcels that have cannabis, because we need to reduce those wildfire risks. So that's what our forestry program is. We're all about wildfire resiliency. We do a lot of fuels reduction programs. There's a lot of cannabis producers where, you know, they need fuel reduction along their roads. They need to make sure they can have egress and ingress during fire seasons. And their wildfire risk is really huge. And trying to help them be sustainable in that way and resilient is one of the main things we're looking for. We're also developing forest management plans with producers as well. And then that just basically tells you what forest do you have on your property? What type of condition are they in? Do they need to be managed in a way that makes you more resilient as well? And then it also kind of helps you if you're doing some sort of non-industrial commercial use of those forests, then we can help you identify and manage those forests as well. And then we also do a lot of post-fire recovery. We're currently working up in Willow Creek right now, trying to see areas that have been burnt in the past, like last year, and making sure those areas do not burn again, or at least give you a fighting chance to be able to reduce that fire risk and be able to basically evacuate if needed. So this is my program. I do the watershed program. We do a lot of habitat restoration. Most of my habitat restoration projects are on riverine systems, primarily in the lower Eel River Delta. And also I do a lot of estuary work. And there aren't a lot of cannabis producers at least in the estuary, but definitely in streamside habitats for sure. Riverine and estuaries. Okay, so what I've been seeing with a lot of cannabis producers and on their larger pieces of land is there's a lot of riparian corridor habitat that needs to be restored, and we can go through and help producers address those. Definitely knowing what type of riparian plants that need to go there, how big your riparian buffer needs to be, and sort of the water situation, like the quantity and quality of water. We also do a lot of erosion control. That is such a huge thing, as probably Jackie has said too, is like there's a lot of erosion off of roads. Roads are like the biggest thing. So road upgrades for cannabis producers, making sure you can have culverts where they need to go. You're putting in water bars where they need to go, and you're just reducing erosion in those areas. And so the RCD has done this in the past, and we're looking for funding to do further stuff. And then we do a lot of bank stabilization projects as well to reduce that erosion. And what we see a lot in sort of the lowland areas is there's a lot of flooding impacts to a lot of producers, especially this past year, the past 2 years. Once we got out of that drought cycle, we're seeing a lot of flood impacts, degradation of farmlands. And when you have flood, you need your land to drain as well. So that's it for me. But what I'm seeing is like a lot of barriers for a lot of this habitat restoration that's happening is funding. So we are fully grant funded. Cannabis producers need a lot of cost share and grant funding too. What we're seeing is it's very limited for cannabis producers to be able to access grant funding. There's the CDFW Cannabis Grant Restoration Program. That's just one program. I would love to see that we don't need a special program for cannabis producers to do the right thing to steward their land. I would love to see CDFA just have, you produce practices and do practices on your property, and it doesn't matter if you're cannabis. It's still, even though it's state funding, we're seeing that there's a lot of state funding sources that just, well, if there's cannabis there, we can't really apply those funds to it. So it's been kind of dancing around a lot of that. And I'm hoping that one day soon, at least for state funding sources, is to just like toss the idea of cannabis out and just say, these are agricultural producers that want to do the right thing. And because it's been really wonderful talking to cannabis producers and them feeling really passionate about their lands, and they want to do the right thing, and they have a lot of regulations, but so do a lot of like dairies. My God, it was disastrous when early on with dairies putting, manure and slough channels, but we got them out of it. We like all these programs got them back in the right situation. Same with ranchers, cows in the rivers. I mean, there's a way to do it, and I don't think I think we're just at a transition point, and then I'm really, really hoping that that a lot of these funding opportunities will just finally be just funding opportunities for all ag producers. Thanks.
Doreen, could you share how people could get involved with any of these programs?
Yeah, you can reach me. So we have, I don't think I brought any cards with me, but if you go to humboldtrcd.org, there's contact information for all of our programs. And usually what we do is a producer can outreach to us. I have wildfire issues. I need to reduce some fuel loads. I'm looking at getting some irrigation system going, to be more efficient. Or, yeah, I have a riparian zone. I'm getting dinged on by CDFW and we need to fix it. Just come to us and we'll see what we can do, and we'll see if we can, either we help you or we point you in the direction of other programs. Even though there's some issues with federal funding, there are federal organizations that can help cannabis producers on parcels that are on your farm that don't produce cannabis. So you can still, even though your farm has cannabis, there's ways we can get, again, dance around it so we can help as much as we can. Okay, thanks.
All right, thank you so much. Next up, we have Matt Woodford from Trout Unlimited, who's got another great presentation for us. Trout Unlimited is a super impactful organization that does work around the state and around the country. So I'm really excited to hear what you have to say. Thank you so much, Matt.
So many screens. You can drive a starship or something. So I am Matt Woodford, as of this week, the California Director for Trout Unlimited. Figuring out my new congratulations and condolences. We're still figuring that part out. But anyway, so we're a national organization. What we do, our mission is not terribly complicated. We conserve, protect, and restore native salmon and steelhead populations, salmon and trout populations across the country, with an emphasis on habitat, the habitat that sustains those species. We've got about 25 staff in California, a steadily growing presence. We work statewide. Have been involved in some big things like the Klamath Dam removals, the coming dam removals on the eel, and we've got a state and federal policy shop that does a lot of work with Sacramento and with the agencies in DC. A big focus of our work in California has always been the North Coast, and there's a couple of reasons for this. This is a map from one of our close partners, the Nature Conservancy. We have a focus program of the California Salmon and Steelhead Coalition, where we work closely with the Nature Conservancy and Cal Trout on all things affecting restoration for North Coast salmon steelhead species. And if you look at this map, this is basically just a rough view of the values, like where are the habitat values, where's the best conservation opportunities for salmon in the state of California. And not surprisingly, it's got a major focus on the North Coast. It's where most of our listed, federally and state protected species, where our runs of salmon and steelhead are. It's where the best habitat is remaining. We've got strongholds up here. We still have, decent populations of fish, although they're certainly in peril. And honestly, one of the main reasons I like working here is because, in contrast to some of the other areas of the state where we work, that also have important values, we actually know how to recover species. At least we think we have a pretty good idea of what these species need on the North Coast. We know the steps that have been taken. We've got these federal, there's also state level recovery plans that have looked in some depth at what's led to the decline of salmon and steelhead. They need a lot of different things. How has that been damaged, and what are the steps that we would have to take to recover them? And so we don't know exactly everywhere what to do, but we have a pretty good idea. And that's not the case everywhere. There's other places we're simply throwing up our hands saying, it's triage, what do we do to save species? On the North Coast, we think we have a pretty good idea. It just takes the political will and the resources to get it done. So it's kind of a rewarding place to work. And so we have folks that spend a lot of time doing that. We've got a whole North Coast co-host shop based in Fort Bragg. They've been for about the past 20 years or so, steadily implementing these federal recovery plans with state and public grant dollars. And so it's putting a lot of large wooden streams. It's removing habitat or passage barriers. It's upgrading culverts. It's controlling sediment inputs and fixing road crossings, all that kind of hard work. Anna Halligan leads that project. Some of you may know her in Fort Bragg. She's just been doing it for a long time. So this is kind of our geography up here in the North Coast, has been for a long time. So when Prop 64 came along back in 2016, TU was at the table, along with RLF and other close partners. And we were there because, it's not a secret, that map I showed you, that salmon stronghold landscape is also almost exactly the same footprint as the legacy cannabis impacts, right? We knew there was a lot of damage from those old grow, the traditional grows on those same lands, and it had been done. And we wanted to, we were strong proponents of the idea, for example, that the revenue stream from legalization should help us heal some of the damage to those watersheds. But we were also really aware of what we've seen here today, and just by the fact of this conference, that there's a really strong ethic among growers, a lot of growers up here, that want to do the right thing and care a lot about the land. They care a lot about the watershed. They don't want to be doing damage. They want to do the right thing and are taking a lot of steps. Some of them are ahead of the curve, ahead of us, in steps to fix that landscape. And we were aware of that. And so we made a decision early on that we thought that a healthy, functioning market that had a lot of these growers stepping into the light and being part of this, the system that was legal, would be a good thing in the long run for the environment. We felt strongly about that. Kind of freaked some of our upper management out. We're a big DC-based organization, and we're out here saying, things like I just said and that. And again, but you can't say you support cannabis legalization, okay? So licensing. But if there is a legal industry, we want to work with it. We were real clear about that. And so we were there helping, kind of like having input in the drafting of Prop 64. Now I'm a lawyer, and so a lot of people will put a lot of pretty pictures up on a screen in a PowerPoint presentation. With me, you kind of get a lot of words. Okay? But I wanted to put this up on the screen because this is actually the quote from Prop 64, the revenue section that talks about what funds watershed cleanup. And so if you look at this, what it says, obviously, is that these funds are available for the cleanup, remediation, restoration of environmental damage in watersheds affected by cannabis cultivation. Okay? And so notice what that language doesn't say. And I think a lot of people gloss over this a little bit. It doesn't say that the funds are only available for the cleanup of damage done by cannabis. There's certainly a lot of that in the landscape. But this says this is to clean up environmental damage in the same watersheds where cannabis is, and watersheds affected by cannabis cultivation. This is deliberately broad language. Okay, it's there because we obviously can, should, and are spending a lot of money working with growers, working to fix legacy impacts. We've got trespass grows in some parts of the state, right, that need remediation. We've got old sites, in steep watersheds that need to be cleaned up. We've got a lot of growers trying to, get to permanent licensing that have impacts in their land they need help with. They need help with funding water storage. They need help with fixing old road crossings and things like that. All this is stuff that we need to spend money on like this. But as I think we heard echoes of in the keynote and some of our other presentations here, we know that we can't stop. We can't focus myopically if we're going to recover a whole watershed. We got to look at the watershed scale and not just focus on individual things. And we don't have the luxury when we're trying to recover species that are in peril and don't have a lot of time. We don't have the luxury of casting that too narrowly. We need to be able to go beyond in the watershed and fix damage wherever it may be. As it turns out, I'll skip over a couple of things. There's a lot of thought that's gone into on the North Coast what needs to be done to fix watersheds. So you can look in this, you can go, there's these sharp plans at the range right now that the federal and state folks are doing. They're looking at these watersheds in more depth in the recovery plans I talked about. You can make a list of here's what's wrong in the watershed. Here are the limiting factors in salmon production. And here's the kind of projects. Here's the where and when and how you need if you want to move the needle and recover fish in these watersheds. So we know that. And you end up with a map like this, right? So here's the priority watersheds, for example, in the South Fork Eel. Here's Redwood Creek, which a lot of you are familiar with by Garberville. Here's the kind of projects and where you want to do to move the needle on recovery. We feel strongly that ultimately, well, I'll say a couple things. First of all, there's been clearly a short-term decision, as we heard kind of this morning, to focus right now on a lot of these cannabis-related impacts. We've got to work with growers who are trying to get legal. We've got to fix up damage to the landscape. We are hoping that over the longer term, we can take a broader view. The department can take a broader view of the cannabis revenue money and start looking beyond the four corners of a cannabis parcel to other parts of the watershed. Help us go in the same watershed and fix the things that need to be fixed. Because ultimately, this is a long-term source of revenue that can be used to really implement the plans we have in these watersheds. So I'm going to stop there and let other folks talk. But I think, the takeaway is short-term, sure, let's focus on cannabis. Long-term, let's cast the net wider. And let's kind of keep that money. Every now and then we get a chance to do something really big on the watershed. One example here, one of the very first cannabis grants that was given out was that our partner CalTrout and us, we got $1 million to help with the removal of Scott Dam, studies of the removal of Scott Dam on the Upper Eel, which is the one single big thing that's going to open up over 200 miles of the best habitat in the watershed. More opportunities are going to come along like that in the future, and we're hoping these funds can be available under that broad mandate to take advantage of those things when they come along. So I'll stop there, but with some thoughts, but looking forward to questions. Thank you.
Next, I'd like to introduce Andrew Black, Executive Director of Sun and Earth Certified, who's come down here from Eugene to share all about Sun and Earth.
Thank you. So I want to start by sharing a vision. So for Sun and Earth, we envision a world where cannabis is grown under the sun and in the soil, without toxic chemicals, by fairly paid farmers who are uplifting their communities. So this is a big vision, but something that you got to know about these Sun and Earth certified farms, and Dan talked about this concept of islands of refugia, that we need to build islands of refugia. These Sun and Earth certified farms are islands of refugia in the landscape. And what a lot of people don't know is how food is grown, how cannabis is grown, right? So the best way for anyone to understand the significance of these homestead farms throughout Northern California would be visiting them. But not everybody can go out and meet these growers and talk to them and see what they're doing. Every day, Sun and Earth farmers are doing restoration on their farms. They live and breathe it. And it's not just Sun and Earth certified farms doing that. There's a lot of excellent farms doing these things. And so in a lot of ways, Sun and Earth was created to celebrate and honor these people who are already doing these things. The standard was created in 2018. We incorporated as a nonprofit, a 501c3 in 2019. We've been at this for 5 years now. We currently certify 66 farms, which about 52 of them are in California, mostly in Humboldt County, Mendocino County, and Nevada County. We also certify 7 farms in Oregon, 1 in Washington. There is an urban permaculture farm in Detroit, Michigan that we certify, and we also certify a farm in Vermont. So the program is open to anyone that's eligible, anyone that's following our standards. The standards are based on USDA organic standards, but we've expanded them to include standards that deal with workers' rights, and we encourage community engagement. And so with those two things are outside the scope of most organic certifications. And it's interesting, the approach we take with like worker rights and community engagement right now is that we require written strategies for community engagement. Write your intentions down. And that's as far as we've been able to take the community engagement part, but that's a critical piece, right? Is writing your intention down. What do you want to see out in the world? And so we've had some success, and what we've come to realize recently is that although certification is our mission, we certify sun-grown cannabis, our vision, that vision that I described of creating a world where that's celebrated and honored and respected, that's harder to come by. And so we are faced with this daunting task of building awareness about the Sun and Earth certified farms and just regenerative organic cannabis production in general, right? How do we build awareness? Tina mentioned that when she does her trips through Los Angeles, there's only 5 dispensaries down there that carry sun-grown. That's a problem. And so we recognize now in this phase of Sun and Earth that probably our primary task now is to build awareness. We have a stable certification base of amazing farmers doing amazing things, and we can create opportunities for knowledge sharing within our network. We'd like to do that. And we also had recently this opportunity to embark on this journey with the CDFW in their CRGP program. So we received a grant from the CDFW to do a capacity building grant. And boy, did it build our capacity. So that was a $395,000 grant. And what we did is we did a gap analysis of all the 50 farms that we certified in California to try and understand if they were even eligible to participate in receiving any sort of implementation funds from the CRGP program. So ours was a planning only grant, and what we're trying to get to is implementation. So we're trying to access those funds on behalf of our grower network so that they can start getting paid to do, maybe not them personally, but those projects that they want to do, these bigger restoration projects that aren't the daily, sustainable farm practices. these bigger projects that they can get funding for. And so when we did this gap analysis, we discovered that only 25 of our 50 farms met the CDFW requirements for qualified cultivator, and also our internal requirements. At this stage in our development, we were focusing on farms that were in cannabis priority watersheds. So we ended up working with 25 farms in our network, and we sent out permaculture experts. We sent out Chris Moore, who's over there, and Dan Marr, and they were our go-to to evaluate the farms from a permaculturist's point of view. And this was really important for us because permaculture is like deep agroecology, deep in design, and we wanted to draw out and figure out what restoration elements and that we could pull from their observations and then present to the CDFW as restoration projects. So that was the purpose of our grant, and we're just in the process of finalizing it. And right now we are really excited about the possibility of getting implementation dollars for an agroecology project that will support these 25 farms. We're even considering at this point of trying to figure out if we can expand it to more than the 25 and beyond to the whole 50. But some of the design elements that Dan and Chris identified were things like improved composting systems, oak woodland restoration, wildlife habitat through hedgerows, really long hedgerows with native plants and beneficial insect plants. So there were other elements that I'm totally forgetting right now, but I just wanted to make sure that I touched on that since this is a restoration symposium. The certification, I think you guys can go check it out on the website if you're interested. I have brochures up here if you'd like to learn more about the certification program. And I also want to thank Dr. Bronner's Magic Soap, who is our angel sponsor and has been since the inception. CDFW, CRGP, and Resources Legacy Fund are all really important organizations to us. Thank you.
Next up, we have Dan Marr, who we've all met already, and excited to hear your thoughts on this.
Thank you. Unfortunately, Galen Doherty was sick today, so they asked me to step in. I had the opportunity back in 2015 to work with a nonprofit, the Eel River Recovery Project. They subcontracted me under the Regional Water Board's outreach and education program that was talked about this morning. And that was really exciting because I felt like it was this opportunity where, okay, the train has left the station and they're kind of putting the wheels on it as it's rolling. So how do we get involved with this from an environmental standpoint? And it was really great because it offered me the opportunity to go out to lots of farms who were entering into the Regional Water Board's order, but also navigating those waters as well. And what I got to bring back to the table through the funding of that grant at no cost to the farmers was I got to bring back the information from the farms. Because if you remember in 2015, it was like, oh my gosh, we're putting our name on this document that says we're cultivating cannabis, and it wasn't 2016 yet. It was very strange, right? So given that, how do we make sure that what rolls out is going to be something that we can work with? So I was hopeful. I didn't get everything I hoped for, unfortunately. But what it really set for me was the cannabis cultivators need somebody who can work that edge for them and who can bring that conversation to the table. And I took a lot of pride in being that person for them, to being that objective individual who wasn't tied to an agency. I wasn't tied to any company or business. And I really was thankful for that opportunity. And that would push me forward into working with bringing regenerative agriculture in cannabis out and working with Jesse Dodd, really fighting for, we need a microphone for these farmers at the stage, which was awesome. So then at any time nonprofits come along and they're like, hey, we have this funding, can you please go out and see what projects need to be implemented? It's like, of course. And the first thing I do is I contact the farmers and say, hey, I want to come out. What do you want from me? What projects do you want to see on your property? You are intimately tied, emotionally tied to this land, and you have these things that you see on a daily. How can I put those into the language to then re-deliver that hopefully that message gets back to the agencies, not just for the funding, but also that the agencies have a more clear understanding of what's going on. And so I scope out what I do with the farms in those terms. It's not so much going out and this is what you need to do, because they get that from their compliance agreements. They don't need that from me. I want to know what they want to do, and then how can we make that possible? So that's been really exciting. If this comes to implementation, I hope so. You know, I wrote a lot of reports, and each report had 5 to 7 to 8 projects in them. So hundreds of potential projects that farmers want on their land that are focused beyond the cultivation site. They're focused on the value of the habitat and what that habitat they know can do for their business, for their lives, and for their product. And so I'm really thankful for having that opportunity to work in that kind of objective liaison space. So that's why I'm here, to be a part of this board. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Dominic, what kind of time do we have?
Well, we're doing good on time actually now.
Very good.
2:10.
Okay.
So
Great.
20 minutes.
Great. So I think each of you have touched in on this and what you're talking about, but if there's anything additional that you might suggest on how we might scale up our impact, the speed and of the impact and the rate of implementation, I'd love to hear it, because we're in this solutions-based space. How do we make things better and keep building on our successes? Anybody want to speak to any of that?
I will.
Yeah.
And taking a page out of Matt's discussion about, you know, you want to recover a species, you want to restore a watershed, and sometimes you don't have this ecosystem-wide restoration project in your mind, especially when you're working with a lot of individual producers, individual landowners, individual land managers. But what we've been finding with a number of projects that we begin to develop is, like, there's a person over here who wants to do riparian restoration. There's a person over here who needs some road work done. And you can bring all those individual small projects together to make a big difference. And so Matt was saying cast your net wider, and you just, like, in a fish analogy, it's like you just catch these fish all over the place, and it really does sort of really help. So if you feel like, oh, I just have a bank stabilization project, that's not going to get funded, it's too small, or, you know, they're not going to want to put a lot of effort into it, I would definitely bring it to me, to a consultant, to somebody who can advocate for you, and we can develop a large project that will make a difference, built on all the smaller projects all together.
So I don't think I've ever felt as much frustration from farmers as from a group of farmers as I do the cannabis cultivators right now. Okay, so, like, it reminds me of talking to dairy farmers when the price of alfalfa is like through the roof, and they're looking at losing a farm that's been in their family for generations. So it's along that level of like sort of bleak outlook, right? So I guess what I'm trying to say is that there's a lot of funding opportunities out there, but really what's happening from my perspective is that they're there. In the meantime, we're asking farmers to hang on while we figure out how to get these projects funded. And honestly, the projects are, these restoration projects are really important and impactful and can be for a farm, especially to develop their like infrastructure on their farm and whatnot. But within these grants that we put together, I think what needs to happen is also like an outreach component, so that the farms that get this type of funding, their farm style and their lifestyle of being small scale homestead outdoor growers also gets supported and amplified in communities like Los Angeles and San Francisco and whatnot. So I know Virginia and I have had this conversation and talked about it, but at the time when we were having these conversations, that wasn't as crystal clear to me how important that outreach is. But now it is.
I would love to see a grant proposal to do that kind of outreach to educate the end consumers. That's something
I think Jackie and I will start. We'll have
I can piggyback off of what Andrew said too. I mean, we can't talk about expediting implementation without talking about removing some barriers. So there's some big barriers. I touched on one of them, which is funding. Environmental restoration is very expensive. I don't think that there's a cultivator in this room, or really a farmer out there in general, who, if given a pot of money and said, hey, will you do this great environmental thing on your farm and we'll pay for every cent of it, would say no. I think that most people would be happy to do that. So funding is definitely something that can expedite these implementation programs. The second part of that is there's no point in doing environmental restoration on farms or implementing these programs if they're not farms. So we, getting back to kind of the foundational issues in the market that we were talking about in the other forum, we have to take an interest in making sure that farms can stay farms, that they can be operational, that they have their place in the market. We have a really amazing conservation opportunity working with small cannabis farmers who happen to overlap in these incredibly biodiverse spaces. Like, the Klamath Basin that we live in, it's like one of the most biodiverse regions on the planet. And it has a plethora of special status and endangered species. And so it's going to be a really lost opportunity if we don't find a way to save our farmers who naturally have this culture of stewardship and wanting to take care of their land. I'm part of other agricultural sectors. I can tell you there's a lot of other farmers that don't really want to work with state agencies or do environmental programs because, first of all, they're not required to, and second of all, they don't have that same culture. So I think that the cannabis community is really special, especially, our Humboldt and Trinity and Mendocino cannabis communities, and that we do hold that culture of stewardship and preserving the small farmers and the farms where we have these opportunities to do those things is definitely important. So helping to address market issues, even if you're in the environmental sector, will help to expedite the implementation of restoration.
Hear, hear.
I just want to say, we have this kind of reflexive emerald triangle three-county thing. But let me say, at the very least, from who's in the room, actually, including regulators from Nevada County.
Oh, sorry,
Let's
Nevada
recognize
County.
Nevada County also. I'm breaking my own rule by making a statement. Sorry.
Great. Well, I think now would be a great time to open up for question and answer from the audience. If anybody wants to ask a question. Yes.
One trick pony, I'm so sorry. I have a question for someone. You said of the 50 cannabis farms that you have, only half of them qualify, being compliant enough to move forward. what was the reason the other 50% or 50%, the other 25, how come they didn't qualify?
Size. So it was probably, they were tier over 2-tier outdoor. Does that make sense?
Absolutely.
They were too big.
They were too big. They were too big, but I mean, there was exceptions, I guess. I guess there are some exceptions within the qualified cultivator funding opportunity. But for us, we really wanted to just filter, because we had such a big group and we knew we couldn't work with all 50. We had to filter it down. And so we mostly were working with gardens, 10,000 square foot or less. And the other thing was that we were prioritizing folks that were already located. They were located in what they call cannabis priority watersheds.
Yeah, so I'll add, you don't have to be in a priority watershed to participate, but that was just the part of the filtering process for this particular grant.
Just a clarifying question, is that defined by the water board?
Either the state water action plan priority watershed or the water boards. There's two.
Water board.
Yeah, the water board.
Yeah.
Thanks for pinning us.
Loosely refers to it, but yeah, water board. Because they have the website with the map of, okay. I just want to share that.
I had a question for Matt. I'm wondering if you know if the Potter Valley Dam is going to be officially shut down within the 5-year period that they were given, and what impact of flow through the Eel River, how will it impact our flow? I'm a farmer in southern Humboldt, and I think a lot of us, our community is crumbling, and I'm not going to cry. But I think that the tourist industry and maybe allowing us farmers to shelter out, to have a kind of a bud and breakfast, like tourist destination is going to save Southern Humboldt. So that flow of the eel and having that healthy river would really help with tourism. So I guess that's my question.
Where on the eel are you located? How far down?
I'm in Salmon Creek. Okay. So I'm about 25 minutes south of the convergence at the Honeydew exit.
Okay.
The main and then the south fork.
Okay, so but you're on the main below the confluence. Okay. Okay, great. Well, I mean, the good news, at least for the watershed, for the fish and in the eel, is that those dams are coming out. There's no question about that. I couldn't save Scott Dam if I wanted to. It's sitting on top of an active fault. It's much more dangerous to the company than PG&E realized. And a few years ago, they suddenly got super serious about taking it out, and I think they mean it. And there's negotiations going on. It's a big part of what I'm doing right now is trying to negotiate kind of a compromise between the eel and the Russian, where maybe we still send a little water over the Russian. But the dams are going, so I won't dwell on that. I'd love to talk about it for an hour, but I won't do that. So I don't think, particularly where you are, I think the bottom line is it's not going to affect flow a great deal. There will be less flow in the summer, less consistent flow once the dams are gone, because you won't have these releases coming from Scott Dam like you have right now. I think by the time you get down as far downstream as you are, frankly, where most people are, it's not going to be a big difference. I have science staff I could ask this of, and I don't know the exact, I can't give you numbers off the top of my head, but I don't think it's going to be a very big effect in the summer. For the fish, it's not going to matter so much because they're not going to be stuck below that dam anymore. They're going to be way up in the headwaters where it's always flowing and always cold, and it's just going to be a much better thing in general. I don't expect a lot of impact this summer.
Any other questions?
I've been fortunate to get some of the DCC grants for restoration and environmental improvements on some of my projects, and it's been extremely helpful to help us meet our conditions of approval and demonstrate good stewardship. One of the issues that we're seeing, here in Humboldt everywhere, is the demonization of us just because of the word cannabis. And a lot of what we're talking about here is other agriculture and other resources around our properties that we can access. My question is, how can we, as cultivators, as people who collect most data on anything, like I have to drive up to my property later to look at my water meter and make sure I get the numbers written down for all the agencies, how can we use our data and our narratives to help move us away from the demonization words? Like we even have a supervisor here locally who calls us all lowlives and we're not earning our taxes. So we need to change that narrative to one of positive spin to help us get more engagement with more agencies and more funding. What are some techniques and areas you up there think we could employ and to start using collectively as a community in our storytelling to help us move this forward?
I'd like to add to that, which is something I was thinking about with your presentation was I think it's really important for us to recognize how we are all already participating and paying towards this restoration that's happening on a wide scale because it's coming out of our the taxes that are collected off of our product sales, right? Like that is something that each one of us should feel some pride about, that you are already contributing towards all of this work. And I think that farmers deserve credit for that, because not only are we cleaning up after farmers or, maybe past farms that are cultivators that might have been our parcel before, but more importantly, we're cleaning up after the timber industry as well. And our tax dollars are going towards cleaning that up. And I think that's really important to recognize that there's a whole legacy of destruction that farmers are not responsible for, that they are contributing towards fixing.
When those dams come out, cannabis farmers will contribute $1 million towards the studies that made it happen. I'd love to help tell that story.
Yeah.
That's really great.
Go ahead, Jackie.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was just going to say I would love to kind of flip your question around, and I think that cultivators are doing pretty much everything that you can to show that, you're not the big bad cultivator. And, I think that really it has to come from a lot of our environmental interests. So we're in touch with the agencies, we're in touch with the public. Part of what we do is education and outreach, and we need to be really conscious of making that part of our responsibility to tell this story, to tell this narrative. I try to do that in the work that we do constantly, trying to educate people, whether it's my family, my friends, new collaborators, whoever it might be, that cultivators do hold this culture of stewardship. That is traditional cannabis. That is legacy cannabis. And that is what we're trying to push. And so, cultivators, yes, you can keep saying it and keep, repeating all of the values and the shared common values of conservation that you have with different agencies. But a lot of it also has to come from environmental interests that work in the industry as well.
And tell me if this is right. I mean, my observation has always been that what gets the press and gets the news and people, talk about all that is not the folks, the legal industry doing the right thing. There's a lot of bad apples out there that are getting the attention, right? I mean, that makes it hard. And that's what I see in presentations when I go around and people show tractors and creek and all that kind of stuff. It's like, it's trying to say that's not the ethic I see in the North Coast, but that's what seems to get the headlines.
Yeah, I think you're right. I definitely think like what you're saying is it's great media, right? To highlight the bad. That's what media loves to do.
My point is that will always be a challenge.
It will be. Yeah. And I think that again, it's important for us to say that that's not the norm. And there's been plenty of examples. There's always you're never going to get a group of people where every single person is always doing the right thing. It's never going to be the narrative. But I think that as a whole, we can try to shift that narrative the best way we can.
Dominic and then Suzanne and Alex.
I just wanted to add on to that actually.
So Dom.
Dominic, you go first. Okay. I would point to CDFW's webpage on the Restoration Grants website. They list all the, just to Matt's point about like great work that's being funded, they list every grant that they've given in the past and in the future. There's all these great examples of like restoration work that's actively happening around the state, but a lot of it is happening up here that's being funded through these tax dollars. And it's such an inspiring story that, it's very easy to access. And I point people to that page all the time, be like, look at all the great work that's happening. I also think, and I hope this is like an opportunity and not a burden, but getting people out into the field to see like your farms and what's happening on the ground is so much more powerful than any like conversation or PowerPoint slide that we could be having in an office or in a conference room. And I hope we can get more decision makers. I mean, I think it's also depending on what your audience is. Like, you want to change the mind of this person that's calling you a lowlife, or are we really trying to like target state decision makers and people, at higher levels, kind of pick and choose who you want? But I think there's so many good opportunities to bring people out into the field to see the great work and help dispel these kind of myths that there's bad actors that show like all the great work that's being done. I would love for that to
talk
happen.
about that with internships on the next panel.
Perfect.
Okay. Yeah, I just want to say that that's almost like exactly what the symposium is supposed to be about. Is that like we go through these media spectacle cycles, and they're selling advertising. That's what they're doing, and showing bad actors doing bad things sells advertising. How do we integrate all these different things people are doing in different silos that are actually like pretty awesome and constructive, even against this apocalyptic landscape, right? Like, there's been money going out, there's been work done, there's been restoration done, there are opportunities, and like this is not in the news. What's in the news is whatever big trespass grow and horrible things that are happening, but like that's not what we're doing here. How do we amplify and connect the stories? And I'm hoping that maybe you guys can ask me about that.
What I would posit, and I would love to see a study on this done, that the work that cannabis farmers have done since legalization to improve conditions on their parcels is some of the like most massive restoration that has happened up here ever. Like, right, that was,
Yeah. And I bet if we looked at the timeline of the term regenerative agriculture, it was spawn from cannabis, number one. And number two, I think it is the most massive oversight that there is not 14 members on that board, one of them being a cannabis farmer representative, who is now formalizing the term regenerative agriculture.
Yeah.
Like, that's a travesty.
We had Suzanne, and then someone over here, and then you, and then
I just, you guys got to, before I could speak, but it was exactly what I wanted to check in with. Who is measuring positive cumulative benefits since the beginning? We did a survey. Kelly and I had prepared it, and we filtered it through HCGA. We saw, I think, 90 respondents, and we asked questions like, who is no longer using points of diversion? Over 50% of the applicants who responded are no longer using points of diversion. They're looking for alternative water sources. These things are not being published enough.
Yeah.
And there are so many good results.
Yeah, Dominic, time for one of your master's students to work on that.
Yeah. Well, finish up the next panel. We got other questions.
Right. We have you, and then I think
Tina,
and then you, and then Tina.
Yeah, I'm wondering if you would all commit to, in your slides, as well as the agencies in your slides, including this information that it's cannabis farmers who are, their taxes are funding this work, their work is the work that's being done, and that they're not just examples of degradation, because as was just pointed out, the remediation is also from other industries.
Yes.
And I think that it's incumbent upon everybody, as they present their information, they're doing these educational seminars, that they present this information and not just show the, and I'm not pointing a finger at any of you, but with the agencies, I've been, watching the presentations of outreach, and it's still fear-based, and it's still accusatory, and it still shows example of the worst of the worst. And the reality is the people who step forward, who are being regulated, who are being taxed, who are being burdened with remediation of other industries, are the best of the best and should be celebrated, and they're not.
Yeah, and not only are they doing that, but they're doing it at a level of standard that is far beyond any other agricultural industry.
Yeah, to add to this, I just want to really appreciate Sun and Earth certification, and what you actually said was, how can we bring awareness to the benefits? Because my vision is also outdoor grown
grown cannabis in the soil because it has true ability to save our planet, right? Look at, you know, where there's a climate, there's a crisis of in terms of carbon sequestration versus huge carbon footprints. And if there was small farmers, small outdoor farmers are in the red. We have no way to say, hey, this is how we can, to consumers, this is how you can make a difference. And some way to really have an advertising, you know, campaign that would educate consumers that their dollars, when they're spending it on indoor grown versus sustainably grown outdoor, could that make a difference in the market share that outdoor farmers would really have access to? And where could that like campaign, the money for that, like is that something that would be out there, you know, to change how the market is happening?
Well, I think that we would love to do something like that, and we attempted it in the past with various levels of success, but it takes a lot of money to do a consumer awareness campaign. So, like, the idea would be that we, as our little organization, could create tools that we can give to farmers so that they can build awareness with their customers. So that's kind of the concept that we're taking into 2024. We have limited resources as a nonprofit, but we can build tools, put them in the hands of the farmers, and like try and educate from behind, but let them lead.
One, and if anything can be done, such as the law that's trying to be passed that would allow farmers to do farmers markets, what you would find is that you have thousands of farmers in the state of California who are ready to talk directly to customers. If they have the opportunity to make sales while they do it, they can self-fund these projects and basically be ambassadors for outdoor sun-grown farms and carbon sequestration and climate-friendly farming all over the state in a way that I think that advertising campaign could, I mean, obviously advertising helps, but it would be even more powerful, I think. And I think having some advertising campaigns would really help, but also changing the rules so that we could be the ones making these relationships, making these changes out in the world. But we can't self-fund these, you know, campaigns ourselves if we can't make sales at the same time, right? That's always how small farmers have done it. So that's just another plug for that. Last question? Okay, Tina's your last question.
Yeah, and this is about how we amplify and how we're going to do that. And I think it's really important that we acknowledge that we've got a vast divide, a vast cultural divide between this community and the densely populated urban areas. And so in order to cross that divide, that's going to take, I don't know that that is advertising. That's perhaps one part of it. Some kind of a campaign is also very person to person. And it's a bit of a slow moving road. And so it means the farmers markets, absolutely, and going person to person. It also means having ambassadors of some kind. Because this is not a culture, it's not a pitch that is easily accepted or welcome. And with that, I think it's really important to understand that this is something, and I'm speaking to the experience that I've had as somebody who could not have cared less unless I knew firsthand. And so farm quarters, wonderful. Like that is a great way to do it, but we've got to go out and we've got to reach the public. And so we've got to figure out how to have time off farm in order to make those connections, or have our ambassadors who can align somehow and jump that vast cultural divide.
Thank you so much. Well, thank you everybody for your participation. Thank you to the amazing panelists.
Thank you. Thanks for all of you who have been so interesting in your presentations and your perspectives. I'll start with a few economic observations in response to the many fascinating perspectives I've heard today, and then I'll turn it over to my distinguished colleagues. A lot of people are struggling in the weeds of this. That much is clear. There are a lot of perspectives on the problems we're facing, ideas about how to fix them, in the context of the environment, sustainability, regeneration, respect for the plant, for Mother Earth, for our shared social justice values. But from the economist perspective, I think for many farmers, especially small, sustainable farmers, contending with rapidly falling market prices has been one of the toughest challenges of all in the last couple of years. And so the bad economic news, if you want to view it that way, is that I think prices will continue to fall, both for low-end and high-end wheat. And if you look 10 years in the future, when you have interstate commerce and international trade wheat, California stores selling wheat from Oklahoma to New Mexico, this could drive entry-level prices down by another order of magnitude. You know, if prices were $2,000 a pound wholesale 10 years ago, and now they're $200, we could see $20 a pound wholesale prices 10 years from now. So, and as by comparison, you know, after cannabis, the most expensive legal agricultural products like almonds or Napa Valley wine grapes are like $6 or $7 a pound at the most. So that's just natural kind of production costs, and there's no fundamental reason why the loan of the wheat market won't fall to similar levels. But I'm not I'm an optimist about the potential for California, especially California, to thrive. But I think it requires some realism about our identity and our position in the marketplace. You and your neighbors are the best cannabis farmers in the world. We make the best wheat in the world here in California, and everyone knows it. So this is not ordinary wheat. This is premium. This is a premium product, and it's a product that I think will have to be positioned as a premium product in order to succeed in this global marketplace. And we've heard a lot of reasons why. People in New York know this. In fact, all the licensed wheat retailers in New York are having a hell of a time trying to make any money because they're having to compete with California with all the other stores. But in France and Italy, where many consumers don't even know that California makes wine, they also know that the best wheat in the world. So we must harness this. You know, we must protect this reputation and bring it up further. And so, you know, in the context of these rapidly falling market prices, if California as a whole is premium, then the craft kind of producers, the craft sustainable small farmers, like many of the people here today, I would even call super premium. You know, and this segment, this whole premium segment, might be maybe 10% of the global beer market. Like craft beer is maybe 10% of the beer market. But that's in the global market. That's a lot of people and plenty of and comment a couple of the ideas discussed today, what I think are the most promising kind of strategies, and add a couple of them out. So one is the wine club model, which I mentioned first, and I think this is really important. Direct sales, from a financial perspective, but it's also the wine club model is also interesting in the way that wine tourism is developing in Napa Valley and Sonoma, where there's an increasing integration of the consumer experience from visiting the winery and having your meeting the people who make the wine, seeing where it's from, how it's made, and this kind of full holistic experience that consumers are having that's giving them even more value than they would get buying out at a store, and also at a price that benefits the consumer because the middleman is not cut. This is one of the many ideas that we facilitated by some legislative On-site consumption is something that hasn't been talked about much yet, but I want to flag that. Consumption lounges, there's a framework for consumption lounges. One of the biggest, and consumption, on-site consumption, or on-premise as they call it in the liquor business, where you drink at a bar or restaurant rather than taking it home. This is a particularly important channel for premium. So when premium lines, like a much higher percentage of sales happens at a bar and restaurants, or craft beer happens at most restaurants versus the entry-level stuff. And so it's particularly, it's a particular opportunity and a particular problem for small craft producers to realize their full market potential without any on-site consumption market to speak of at the moment. I think one of the biggest things holding it back is a regulatory or statutory issue, which is that you can't mix cannabis and alcohol or tobacco, this kind of singling out a single-purpose retail or single-purpose consumption line. Most groups of friends go out together and they want to, some of them want to drink and some of them want to cannabis, and they can't do it together in a consumption line set up. So I think that opening that market will be promising. I also think certification programs and appellation programs have potential. And finally, policy interventions. I think the best, people have talked a bit about subsidies and incentive programs, but I think the best kind of subsidy here in California with what we're dealing with at the moment is actually just relaxing some of the costly rules and regulations that disproportionately harm small farmers. Learn from our mistakes and correct them. I don't mean, and for the most part, I'm not talking about regulatory mistakes, I'm talking about statutory mistakes. There's often frustration directed towards regulators when, in fact, they're required by law to enforce Sean Parker's strategies. But it can be changed, right? And lifting the cultivation tax was one great example. It was a really huge movement, impressive move for California. Their track and trace, the metric system has been discussed here. That's one of those things where I think the states across the country, we're seeing the states are getting less value than they have from that system. The system's not working that well. It's more costly to comply with, and people thought it's costing businesses a lot of money. I hope that across the country, regulators will start rethinking that system. The requirement that legal cannabis retail has to close at 10 p.m. give all the business to illegal retailers after 10 p.m. No clear safety benefits to that. So I would want to be able to buy legal weed late at night. Tolerance levels for pests. We have a lot of sort of very noble environmental and health principles that are sometimes tolerance levels for pesticides, for example. Why would we set them lower than any other agricultural product? This is another thing that disproportionately harms small farmers because of residual pesticides from neighboring farms. When you set the levels so low as parts per billion, it becomes more and more difficult for them to find in particular. So those are a few thoughts, and I will turn it over to which order should we go into? We'll turn it over to Juan. Thank you. Juan Holmes is my colleague at UC Davis. She's a geographer and a former cannabis regulator in Mendocino, and has many fascinating perspectives going back to her childhood in the industry and development.
So before we start, I want to thank the Native Forum for a fantastic place here, and very much appreciate you allowing all of us to take space for this here. So I want to start with that. And also everybody from Mendo who I know, thank you for everything. Very nice to see all of you. I'm going to apologize if I cry a little. I'm also doing a little something. But seeing you guys wherever you are. Thank you. Nice to see everybody. So I moved to Ukiah in 2017. It took me a year and a half to get a job with the Department of Agriculture working on coming in. You guys all know that story. So I will fast forward to the moment I knew I needed to leave because I think it's important to share with you. I was on an inspection. We did all the hoo-ha. I was going back to the truck and I asked the cultivator if I could use their restroom. And they pointed to an outhouse. And I said to myself, oh, I think we're going to get a permit if you don't have integrated sanitation, especially where we were, way up in the mountains. And this was like one of my first all by yourself. Go drive up to William Beacon, grab a shot. Yeah, it's funny. And it woke me up. So I left my work in public service to do this work because I believe that we only have one shot at this, and we are telling our really trouble stories. And so I left my work to start the PhD program at Davis. I was the recipient of the only agricultural focused fellowship that paid for my first 2 years of grad school. And then the United States National Science Foundation gave me a graduate fellowship for 5 years to finish my project. Knowing that it was about cannabis, knowing that it was about us, our peers. So my work at Davis, I had the pleasure of spending some time with Dominic and Michael in London, having a conversation sort of similar to this at a low scale. And I am at the point right now where I'm a little annoyed. And I'm going to be frank. Every single panel we had here today, someone made mention about their feelings with regard to how they're characterized, how they're spoken about, how the word cannabis is literally toxic. And that, from the academic perspective, we are contributing to that. And so one of the things that I'm trying to do in part of my work is to analyze how we are characterized. One of the papers that I'm working on right now is called Does Cannabis Studies Discriminate Fairly? And I would say we don't. The other thing about that, some of us know this industry, but there are several people. So it may not have been even like a part of malicious intent to produce literature that ends up being used the wrong way or just taken out of context. I'm not talking about myself. It still happens. So we still have to be better at not being. So that's one of my biggest projects. The other thing that I'm really interested in telling is the story of how much fucking money you guys are spending. Wow! Because I'm blown away at how we can pour so much money and so many people still brand new. So, how am I doing this, you might ask? I asked Mendocino County for every permit that they issued, no matter what, from 2017 to 2022. And if the permit was on an APN, that was in the state's program, because this is all public information, I've basically been building a dossier on that property to show how it has come into compliance over the years. Because I argue that part of our regulations, we didn't know. You remember, I'm out there with a clipboard. I didn't really know what to say. We didn't design how we would inspect, how we would actually regulate. And it's not universal because of the way we have the dual licensing system. And I am just amazed at how many locations were clearly building infrastructure long before 2016 and 2017 through planning and building permits. I'm looking at the permits and the costs and the valuations and how they are assessed. It is a mess. So someone asked about, studying what we've done and how do we show that it's actually people in the industry doing all this restoration work and all this conservation work. I want to change the question around. help me do that. Because I don't. And you should be scared if I pretend like I don't. You should wonder that. So one of the things that I can see here, and you guys see that together we're very hungry for this. What I think we need is some kind of collaborative effort in literature. I want to see a paper of cannabis written by y'all. Not me, like Dominic, that we get published. Or both, like textbooks. What is the regenerative cannabis textbook? I don't think these are ideas that are far away. We just don't have enough people who are here. But I'm following. So that is kind of where I am. And in closing, I apologize. I very much apologize for Humble Wong. Because I witnessed death and incarceration of piles of people. I went through extreme lengths to get Humboldt Mendo weed when I was growing up. And I'm sorry that we kind of started. But I'm committed. And thank you for listening.
Next up is Matt, and I know Matt a little better than Bobby does. Matt's a local faculty member in wildlife, and teaches wildlife, and has been working on the Cannabis for Conservation, wildlife conscious certification pilots program, and stoked that he's here on campus. I can't believe it's almost like the second year here, and we haven't actually sat down together. But we need to do that. So I'm just saying right now.
Yeah, thanks, Dominic. Good to see everybody. Big thanks to everybody who's helped organize this, everybody who attended. I mean, this is an impressive attendance all day long. Yeah, it's a privilege to be here. Yeah, so as Dominic said, I'm a wildlife biologist. And most of my career, I've focused on animals that live in farms. I've done work on coffee farms in the tropics, in Jamaica, in Central America, in Kenya. I've done work on wine grape vineyards, have large projects right now with wine grape vineyards in Napa. And then recently, collaborating with Cannabis for Conservation, as Dominic mentioned with Jackie Riccio, on this wildlife conscious certification idea. I'm new to the cannabis industry and soaking up everything I can about this amazing industry and amazing people involved and the complex challenges and opportunities therein. So yeah, I just have a few comments. I wasn't able to see the first panel this morning. I had a field trip with a group of students where we were banding birds. But I was able to get back and hear a lot of the earlier panels today. And just a couple of things maybe to note, some patterns I saw emerge, and this can, I think, raise some questions that we can get to in a few moments. But one is, as a wildlife biologist and somebody who's concerned about biodiversity conservation, when I hear narratives about agriculture and biodiversity, it usually goes one of two ways. Either agriculture is threatening biodiversity because the unrelenting march of agricultural expansion to feed humanity is creeping away at all the natural habitats that have biodiversity. Or biodiversity threats agriculture because of invasive pests or new pathogens or wolves killing livestock or whatever. And of course, both of those narratives are true in certain settings. But there's another narrative that doesn't get as much attention, right? And all of you cultivators in this room know this. And that is that farms and wildlife and biodiversity can not just coexist, they can mutually benefit each other. And that's that third path, that third narrative about the relationship between agriculture and biodiversity that we need to tell the story better of. And I think that's one theme that seems like it's come up repeatedly, is telling the story of these successes and these opportunities. And telling that story is important because it matters in the market. So, we've talked a lot about how that can be done. Dan talked about, inspirationally about the on-the-ground work that can be done, the power of the shovel, and that's absolutely true. I think there's also the power of the pen, right? So I think we need to get these stories out in the literature, on media as much as we can. So who are those ambassadors? I think, all of us can do that. And Jackie talked about this herself, just having conversations with your friends, your family, your colleagues, whatever your professional circle is and personal circles are, we have that opportunity. But I think and that will be helpful, but that's clearly not enough, right? So we need some other powerful ambassadors. And I think it was Selena who mentioned it earlier in the previous panel, and Robin's raised it here again. Farmers can be those ambassadors. Farmers need to have better connection to the consumers, right? If we can move the needle on that, whether it's in farmers markets or agritourism industries or whatever, that's a real powerful way, I think, to better tell the story. And having worked a lot in Napa and interacted with a lot of wine grape growers who, some of them, like a lot of you in here, have very powerful land ethics. And they have a chance to tell their stories to consumers at their wine tasting rooms or at the vineyards if they don't even have a wine tasting room. So I think that there are some interesting models I think we can borrow from some other industries, agricultural, consumptive industries in the state of California. So I think that's one thing to really, we should interrogate some more with some more questions. How can we facilitate ambassadors to tell those stories? Another point I think that's come up a lot is the idea that, why are cannabis farmers treated differently than other farmers? Or why is the cannabis industry treated differently than other agricultural industries? And I think there's a lot of unfairness and injustice in some of those discrepancies. And those have been raised by some others. But I think it's also important to recognize that really every crop is unique. And that's the case for cannabis as well. And there are some aspects of cannabis and how it's grown, especially with the small homestead or a regenerative farming practice, that is worth acknowledging when it comes to an environmental standpoint. And that is, I'll just mention two. One is, I've worked in a lot of agricultural settings. Cannabis is the only one you measure the farm in square feet. I mean, that's absurd, right? Cannabis farms are very, very small, and most people who consume cannabis or are concerned about cannabis and the environment don't recognize the scale. Because they're thinking about a cornfield or an almond orchard or a cherry orchard or something, right? So I think that's important to recognize. Another thing that's important to recognize is because of the socio-cultural and legal history of cannabis, a lot of cannabis farms are in fairly remote places, often in fairly wooded environments. And that's different than a lot of other types of farms. And so that has implications for environmental impacts. And so as a wildlife biologist, I often get asked about a particular land use action. Is this going to be good or bad for wildlife? Is this going to be good for biodiversity, bad for biodiversity? You can't answer that question. There's no one answer to that question. Any land use action is going to be likely good for some species and likely bad for other species because different species have different habitat requirements. And so cannabis farms that are out in the hills and in the otherwise wooded areas, even if they have a long legacy, those farms have interrupted what otherwise might have been contiguous forests. And of course, those forests have their own legacy of being degraded depending on the land use action of that forest itself. But I think that's a reality. And so if you open up a forest, some species are going to like it, some species are not going to like it. So again, I think this comes back to this recognition of the complexity of biodiversity as it responds to land use changes. And so one quick example of that, Mac Wilson is here. He's one of the graduate students working on the cannabis the wildlife conscious certification. And he was sampling a lot of bees, pollinators on cannabis farms. And one of the things Mac learned is that on some of these farms that are out in the forests, there are some bumblebees that like openings in forests. Cannabis farms in those settings are openings in forests. Some of those bees are even very rare species. So it's possible for some farms to be providing habitat in certain landscapes that is beneficial for species that are of conservation concern. So I think, understanding some of those complexities, and there's no sort of one size fits all or one response of wildlife to agriculture is important. So I think, when we get, I'll let the others speak here, but I'd love to come back to this idea of how we can best tell the story and how we can identify and empower ambassadors to tell those stories.
Thank you. So next up we have Michael Paulson. Michael's an anthropologist at UC Berkeley, the Department of Environmental Science, and he is the director of the UC Berkeley Cannabis Research Center, and has done important work on political economy of cannabis, of prohibition, legalization, impacts of policy on social justice issues, and environmental issues. And also I will mention that he was also one of the great colleagues who flew all the way to DC for our agricultural economics conference just to participate in the cannabis panel. So thanks for coming.
Okay, great. Yeah, I mean, just something I'm thinking about right now, and you scooped me on a lot of it, so I'll probably say it. But I started my field work. I'm an anthropologist. I go living from different places and try to understand how people are putting together the world around them and understand the perspective and convey that to the world, right? And it was just striking to me that in 2010, 2011, there was more conversation about sun-grown, about, I spent time with people who grow it in the sun, and people remember from back in the late 2000s that was encouraging this, that was bringing up some of the environmental degradation. That was way before the water board sent out letters. And it was actually growers themselves who were bringing up environmental sustainability as an issue in their community. They, much at risk to themselves, actually brought to a larger public, right? But those conversations have been happening for decades, as has been pointed out to me. And the growers have been having those hard, tough conversations in communities necessarily isolated and among themselves, neighbor to neighbor, person to person. So there's a real legacy and a conjoined relationship between environmental stewardship and cannabis cultivation that's decades, it's not generations long. And that really stands in contrast, I think, to this moment, these last 10 years, I'd even say, where the media, et cetera, have really created an oppositional relationship between stewardship and cannabis cultivation. The one can't succeed without the other. It's ultimately a zero-sum game in popular perceptions. So with that, that's just some off-the-cuff things. But I don't know if Maggie's still here, but I was really struck by from Bottom County. But Maggie posed a question earlier today to state agencies. What is your vision of cannabis agriculture? What are you doing to imagine a different kind of agriculture? And I think we're all pretty clear in this room. And I think as a society, I mean, maybe this is an optimistic estimation, but we're understanding how extractive our systems of agriculture really are, how poisonous they are to the ecosystems, how they ruin rural communities, decimate them, leave behind vestiges of what once was a thriving farm system, and you can see that just in waves after waves for the last 100 years with agriculture writ large. And in the last 5 years, cannabis has undergone that entire 100 years of history in about 5 years, right? Gone from the small family farm to trending more towards consolidated agriculture. It's not there yet, and I think it's important to realize that. So with that, what is the vision of agriculture? This region, because I think a vision, right, it comes from what the history is. And this region really has a history from which that vision can be formed. And I want to point out that the war on drugs, the prohibition system, really actually created a small farm system. Smaller grows were harder to find, and prohibition made individual plants and pounds so lucrative, you probably only had to grow a handful in order to make enough for a year, right? And medical itself, too, also encouraged small farms with this kind of like informal but kind of formal 99 plant limit. A whole slew of new cultivators came into cultivation. They were, and still, definitely in today's terms, small farms, right? And not only small farms, but the war on drugs also, ironically and unintentionally, created environmental practices in the way that I'm talking about in some of these communities where people were having these conversations, not only just about how to steward the land that they lived on, but also how not to get caught, right? And so if you're dumping stuff in the street, that's probably a surefire way to have someone knocking on your door soon, hopefully. So I want to acknowledge, that there were bad things that have happened you can see the stories, we've seen them plastered in media stories for the last, actually since 1982, when the first camp report was put out in 1982, where they started propagating this idea that cannabis cultivators were actually harmful to the environment. And that was specifically meant to drive a wedge in this, saying this isn't, those old hippie cults, or not even old at that point, right? But these aren't the nice hippies that you might think out in the woods. These are harmful growers out there that want to shoot you, that want to poison your water, that want to make it dangerous for you to go on hikes, right? But for every story of pollution, there's a number of stories about care and stewardship, and I think it's really important to hold up that history. So the point has been made today that the survival of cannabis farms is the foundation of sustainable agriculture in cannabis, right? If you don't have any farms, you can't have the sustainable farms that you're trying to build. So, Tina, I don't know if you're still here, but you made the point that this is really more than a commodity to us, to people who are living this. So I think it's really important that, at just a very practical level, to stop the punishing approach to cannabis agriculture, and to uplift a different model, to make the supply chain work, to lift the barriers to funding, as we've heard today, to change the rules, to shift market conditions, to propagate a different kind of knowledge. We want a healthy, functioning market, like Matt said, from Trout Unlimited, right? That's the best way to a healthy environment. So the theme has come out today, and you just mentioned it, that for all the policymakers in the room, treat cannabis like agriculture, right? I think it's really important to reconceptualize what cannabis has been and the exceptional ways that cannabis is being treated as something other than agriculture, as kind of a demon drug, right? That at least, I think the least we can do is make it possible to look more like agriculture, and to make sure, and I think this would do a lot for the incongruence of rules, and how you get caught with one agency for the rules that another agency told you to follow, and really look at how things are implemented on the ground, because those systems have actually been worked out in agriculture, but they're not worked out for this kind of onslaught of 8 different agencies that are all kind of pulling in different directions. But I'd also throw out to the people in this room, and I think it's important to have the conversations beyond just what laws and regulations we want to affect. But it can't just be treated like agriculture, because I think as Maggie's question kind of provocatively put for us, agriculture can't and shouldn't be treated like agriculture at this moment, right? We're living in a time where literally the world is burning, where climate change is upon us, and we're in the midst of biodiversity. And agriculture has a very specific and impactful role in both of those dynamics. We know that industrial agriculture is extractive, it's poisonous, it's bad for communities, it's degrading to small farms and stewardship. It trends towards the consolidation of industry and ultimately the watering down of the very regulations that environmental agencies see. So consolidation is actually counterproductive, environmentally speaking. So we need more energy towards the building for a new kind of agriculture. So I'd offer kind of the reflection back. Yes, our folks need to be treated like cannabis needs to be treated like an agricultural crop. But also, there's a potential here to be leading towards a different vision that I think is percolating in this room. And so, a theme and tension that I was kind of picking up on today is that stewardship, yes, it can be great for the ecology, but it also needs to be great economically too. And I think especially for this region, that this theme, this narrative, this story, however you want to frame it, is really actually quite critical for thinking economically about the survival of cannabis cultivation in the North Coast region in particular. And you saw those maps, right, where it really is so many of the sites in the cannabis permits are really located up here. So there's lots of deficits to operating in really remote spaces, which again, the war on drugs caused, right? But can those deficits actually potentially be benefits? Yes, you're in a location, like a really remote location. Yes, you have a stream on site and sloped hills and such. But you're taking the measures, necessarily so, to mitigate that, right? And so can this be actually part of the story of holding up how much we've done to actually already through the regulatory system? Maybe there's some silver lining here in terms of actually holding up to incredibly high standards, environmental standards, that cannabis, unlike any other agricultural crop, has been held to. So small farms and environmental stewardship, in a sense, for this region can be, in more economic terms, Robin might appreciate, like the comparative advantage, right, that this region has over and above other regions, and probably most legacy cultivating regions in the country, from the hills of Tennessee to southern Alaska to Hawaii, right? So another theme of tension is that the environment and cannabis, as mentioned, have been opposed to one another, right? And I mentioned, this is from the earliest camp reports. And it was just bound, in a sense, to happen that when legalization occurred, there were just lots of hard feelings that were being under it, and a lot of really harsh interactions between government agencies and growers, and a lot of just like historic weight that really was part of the legacy of prohibition. But if we keep with that oppositional frame, we really lose sight then of what's possible, of what the possibilities are. And I think there's a moment that we're in, and I think it's been kind of alluded to in a lot of the talks and panels today. And I think it's kind of potent that we're here in Humboldt right after the defeat of Measure A. And I whether it's a cleansing fire, as Dominic put it, or kind of the great attrition of cannabis farmers over the last number of years who haven't been able to make it through this, something has really occurred. And in a way, the defeat of Measure A was the defeat of the most punishing and stigmatizing approaches, the kind of like utilization of the environment to as the tip of the spear to push through all kinds of anti-cannabis agendas, right? And so my hope is that maybe with that finalistic defeat of Measure A, that there can be a different conversation that begins to emerge from that rubble. So I think it's really important, as we've been discussing today, to thread the needle of agriculture, of environment, of cannabis. And that's what we do, and that's kind of the conversation we started at the Cannabis Research Center, Berkeley. That's what kind of common thread we all had, was to understand this not as a zero-sum game, where to benefit the environment means to have less cannabis, or to have more cannabis means that the environment is going to suffer, right? There's ways to actually think productively and so that all boats can rise. And I'll just leave with Jean's comment from earlier about us having the power to shape the future. And I think Dan Marr, really eloquently affirmed in the keynote, that there is an idea of stronger together, that collective problems require not only collective solutions, but collective organization. Struck by the movement for co-ops, by Appalachians, right? Maybe can do some of the work. A need for really collectivizing resources in order to think more regionally, more collectively about how to kind of support the folks that are still standing. And with that, I'll just kind of looking forward to discussion.
I consider myself the luckiest man in this room because I have the privilege of introducing Dominic Corva. Dominic is probably the world's leading trailblazer in bringing cannabis into the academic curriculum, spearheaded and directs the Cannabis Studies program here at Cal Poly Humboldt. was and co-director of the Humboldt Institute for Interdisciplinary Marijuana Research, or as I like to call it, HI, Mr. Also edited, I first met Dominic in his capacity as editor of the Routledge Handbook of Post-Prohibition Cannabis Research. I think we all appreciate so much what you've organized here today, Dominic, so thank you.
Super humbled by that, and I hope to be worthy of those words someday. I want to point out also that my co-editor of the handbook, Josh Mizell, is over there. I asked him about the title of the book. He was the one that called it. I want to use that. Well, I am blown away by having to go after all of these engaging, intelligent, insightful people. Who I like to call my friends. I'm lucky as hell to have these people as my friends. And colleagues along the way. The ones who've been here for a while, the ones who've been even more recent. It seems like every year we get to do more trailblazing things. And let me tell you, I guess this is the attempt to be a little sort of optimistic, which is against my nature. It feels like there hasn't been a grand design or plan to get to this point by me, and by extension we even have this in the room, that it has been the flow of the river as I've been just floating in it. And right now I think there's a window of opportunity and attention for a number of different things that have been happening in a number of different kinds of silos. Right? And by silos you think it's like both metaphorical and physical. Literally like, people way over here, and people way over here, doing things kind of in parallel, and they're kind of coming together. I'm going to call it a window because these sorts of things are fortuitous circumstances that sometimes go away as well. And I think this is a very important time, while we can kind of converge, to take advantage of this and move forward, and not just sort of leave it as like, oh, this happened and wasn't that fun. I have been absolutely amazed by fulfillment of a dim sort of realization that I had, is that like bringing cultivators to the table in accessible fashion with regulators who actually really need to meet actually the cannabis industry, not as like industrial commodity people, but as human beings, actually, who are struggling not to be displaced from their homes and livelihoods. And I think that like when we're able to humanize each other, I think we can begin to collaborate. And like if we're not humanizing each other, we're just pointing fingers often. We're letting somebody embody some sort of structure or greater power that has put them in a situation where like what they're doing is harming them, right? But for the most part, and I think most of the time, these people do not intend to do that. And I'm speaking of regulators and human beings who occupy these regulatory positions. They haven't suffered like you have. And I'm saying you in this because like we're just full of cultivators here, which is awesome. With this intermediary kind of position of these different folks working on grants and resources that are coming into the cannabis sector, especially via like restoration initiatives. Right now, this is the confluence of time that I'm talking about. There's a bunch of federal money going towards conservation because of climate change, right? Some of that is getting out to cultivators to be a part of making that difference in their own watersheds. Sometimes those grants have a cannabis, in the agreement. Sometimes they don't at all. But there is, I think, this very interesting situation where there are resources and there are people whose job it is to get those resources out, and then there's people that need them. And there's like this big gulf, and Cannabis Conservation, Trout Unlimited, Wildlife Conscious, Southern, these people are actually pouring into that gap and building bridges. And what they have are technical skills that you don't necessarily have, and they weren't advertising you need them. But like grant writing, right? Grant writing is a shovel. If you have that skill, you can access resources. Connecting people who need grants with grant writers is therefore a great service. And this is kind of the thing I want you to know is like, okay, you don't want to have a situation where like the only reason why you're able to stay in your own is constantly just, you gotta depend on everything. But on the other hand, you don't have access to small business. You don't have access to the meager tools that actually are still available to society to help people succeed in where they are. So like, don't be too proud to want to access those, is what I'm saying. I think that whether it's directly through grants or for many folks, many cannabis cultivators, staying on their land is about diversifying their livelihood. And so it's easy to think about grow other things. Well, if you're in the hills and you're on ag land, that's more difficult. But there's also whatever work is available around you, right? And right now in this region, restoration sector work is great. And a lot of people already making multiple livelihoods and staying where they are and not being displaced because they are working in the restoration sector one way or another. And this region, because of cannabis, is full of all these nonprofits. And environmental stewardship is the theme. Community stewardship is also the theme. Nonprofits weren't always just about the environment. They were about healthcare. They were about music and joy and getting together as well. Reggae on the River returns this year, right? Things happen after, and I'm so sorry because the cleansing fire thing can be kind of offensive, but also like after a wildfire, what happens? Right? New things grow. And that's what I think, this uncharacteristic attempt by me to be optimistic actually, which is actually just bolstered by seeing your faces in front of me and actually some of the joy that I've seen today. There's both this big hard lift of like, oh, we're facing these massive structures that are, killing us all, how do you change that? But also there's like, well, how do I pay rent this month, right? And the one thing I kind of return to, I'm not going to go on and on, is back to Landers when they got here. Gentry Anders had an interview in one of the earliest New Settler interview collections where Beth Boss was talking to her about, well, how did you live, right? Because these were people before cannabis became quite expensive. She's like, we just adopted the mode of just getting funky with it. It's like, you look around and see what we've got and what we can build with what we've got, right? And so like, in this room, it's much easier to see like what we've got together in terms of people. And that's super important. But we're also full of information, and I think there are a lot of opportunities for us to do low-cost, low-hanging fruit stuff that, they don't involve necessarily writing a big manuscript. But what about the power of the podcast, right? What about like, some of you've already come and you're doing guest talks in my classes and in our classes, where the students actually like get to hear your stories. Like in the age of mass media, it's hard to control your own narrative, but finding ways to perform and create stories, that was another thing that New Settlers was really good at, actually, was entertaining each other. I think that these are resources. And so that's sort of, it addresses both of the short-term and long-term issues, right? Like we need to get through the day without just feeling like we got nothing left. And we need to take care of ourselves that way. And we need to take care of each other that way. And at the same time, be developing, developing ways to, to keep growing your roots even after a wildfire, right? And to remember to be together and try to have fun as well, because it's just honestly not worth it because we never had any fun. And this is actually one of the main differences between, like, to me, the medical era and the legalization areas. There was community built because there was a lot of fun to be had. And I'd love for us to understand that, like, we have what we need to have fun together. right? We don't have what we need necessarily for everybody to pay their rent. And so, keeping that in mind, the economic sustainability part and the environmental sustainability part, to me, the environmental sustainability story is really kind of a, it's both, it needs to be authentic and sincere, and also like, that's the back of the model story. It's the, anybody can grow, cannabis on flat agricultural land, and it's all going to be the same thing, but who's got the diverse genetics, right? Who grows it this way? Be able to tell those stories and get product on shelves, I think, are super important, and there are a lot of different ways we're going at that. So I just want to shorten it up there because I do want to get a chance for us to do a little Q&A and just say thank you everyone for being here. And I hope that's helpful.
Capitalism in the current day, and that even in food farming and like traditional agriculture, like when I was a kid, if somebody sold something for $20, if the farmer sold something for $20, it may cost like $25 to the consumer or something, but the farmer got the majority of that money back. And like as time goes on and society sort of grows, the farmer gets less. The customer pays more and the farmer gets less. And there's no way in my mind for that. I don't know how or why, because I don't in economics, but maybe Professor Goldstein. But the only like direct, immediate access to changing that for this industry is direct to consumer sales. Because the amount of money that cannabis is sold to consumers for and the amount of money that goes back to the farmers is so disparate. And I just I will shamelessly plug AB 1111 as the direct consumer sales piece of legislation that is not a silver bullet, because silver bullets are not real things, but it is like the only next immediate access to that to happen within a time frame that means anything to anybody here. I think there was a question about like economics. I don't know if you've seen how that can change, where like that gap between like what is paid to the consumer and how the amount of that that's paid back to the producers keeps getting less and less.
Yeah, so I'll start, but then I'd love to hear other perspectives as well. I mean, you're talking essentially about middlemen to some extent. So we have, the extreme example of this is alcohol, where you have this mandated three-tier system. California started out with that idea, but thankfully, I think for everyone in the industry, didn't end up forcibly separating and forcibly inserting a distribution tier. At least the same licensee can hold a distribution license, and so you can have some vertical integration, as we call it in economics. So the biggest reason for this kind of wedge in price between the consumer and the producer, I'd say right now, is not merely the presence of a middleman in the form of kind of distribution tiers, but it's the higher and higher percentage of costs that are borne by the producers that are regulatory costs. So like, here's an example. I mean, if you start out where the price is $1,000 a pound wholesale, and you have $100 a pound of regulatory costs, testing and whatever metric compliance and so forth. Okay, probably more. Actually, $100 a pound was our estimate. We did a paper on testing costs, and roughly that. But But that of course depends heavily on the batch size. But like, let's just say there's some fixed costs basically that are imposed by regulations, and then over time, cost of production, technology improves, your business, you learn how to do things better, your business gets able to produce more and more efficiently, and the rest of your costs go down. The market, other people are getting more efficient too, the market prices go down, but those regulatory costs don't go down, they stay the same. And so over time you go from regulatory costs being 10% of your cost to regulatory being half of your cost. And then so that's like the underlying problem that I see happening in terms of the movement, where fixed costs of compliance combined with changing costs of other costs, and then you have a weird situation. And then you have a situation where you can go back to the illegal market because their costs are coming down too. Of unlicensed producers, costs are coming down along with licensed producers, and so if your costs are twice as much because of regulations, that's the wedge between the consumer and the farmer. Direct-to-consumer sales are great in wine and in cannabis. I think that's absolutely a direction that it should go in, but it's not. There's not with micro business licenses. That's to some extent facilitated. I think there could be more done to make it more possible, like the way the wine industry has specifically made this whole set of regulations that are geared toward making it easier and easier for wineries to sell, including selling online direct to consumer. I think that's really the next step. If you can direct mail by U.S. and federal legalization, even by U.S. Postal Service or UPS or whatever, that's going to change it. Yeah.
So can I jump in real quick, just because I think it's a great economic answer, and maybe that's what you're looking for. And I think that's important to consider. And yes, also the direct-to-consumer bill is out there, and it can be passed this year, and it should be passed, and let's do that, right? Like that's a good option, right? And Origins Council's done a lot of work to get it there, and then all the affiliates too, right? I also, I think there's like a way sometimes of explaining economics because everything tends to seem inevitable. That farmers are just going to lose power, there's going to be more regulatory costs, how markets work, et cetera, and then you're kind of whittling your way down. And then what you get is the end point, which is always our present, which is kind of shitty. And so what I'd like to highlight are other examples, right, of how agriculture has been done differently. And ultimately to say, and I've watched this over a number of years, the supply chain is getting longer and longer, and there's more and more actors taking more and more pieces of the pie, because the price to consumer hasn't gone down in general, right? So the same amount of money still exists, it just means that farmers are getting less and less and less of it. And so I'd like to flip it a little bit and say that this is actually a matter of power, right? Who has power in the supply chain? And that's why I did end on that note, right, of like stronger together, that there's no other solution. If you don't have money, you need to have people, because that's the only other source of power in this world. So like being able to actually build collective solutions, to think about things like farmers unions, or at least coming together in like your trade organizations in the counties to like really build that kind of power for producers to be able to hold on. Because the only thing inevitable about capitalism is what we tell ourselves is inevitable. But we actually need to consider what kinds of ways can we structure, can we actually advocate for and change the systems that we're all embedded in, right?
Yeah, I want to actually ask a research question. Often first off, thank you all for your commitment, because we do need research, we need data, and your documentation, so long as it is in fact a informative process that takes into account reality is fantastic. And it's greatly needed. Well, I mean, I say that only because the first few years there were wonderful projects that just didn't interface at all with reality, and therefore supposed things that then got republished and as the norms that were way off from reality, and that can kind of have a negative effect. But anyway, I see that trend reversing, and that's really great. But there still remains the glacial pace of the data gap between research and policy recommendations, policy implementation, or even just getting your research published. I mean, long awaiting some economic studies that, you know, we're very excited to participate in and contribute to, and that's going to be enormously helpful in telling the story, in having ambassadors be able to convince local policymakers, because that's the other elephant in the room here, is that there's a local system here, and most local control has an enormous component to the additional regulatory costs because of zoning and limitations and other issues. So really, we need that information. We need that data. We do need it to be participatory and community-based participatory research, which is, you know, our legacy genetics project, and that's a really fantastic model, but it also takes time. And so what can be done to help this data gap and push out information that is not reckless, but that is building the story along the way?
I can just provide a little bit of my experience with the county, because I did have to get those records from a public records plus that. And I mean, they still haven't given you guys permits. So who's there to send Siobhan and building permit records? So I submitted the PRA. Took 9 months to realize that I was better off getting a research assistant and him did it ourselves. The county really couldn't even come up. And this is true. I've asked Lake County and Sonoma County for illustrated too. Lake County was, you know what the records look like if you submitted permits. So they are what they are. And then in Mendo, you had to resubmit what, 10 times? So I think it's going to be kind of difficult, because if you need the records from the agency, you have to give them from there. You can only get them from there as quickly as they'll be. So that was my experience, just to share. I'm trying to figure it out.
Can I? Oh, sorry.
Yeah, no, thank you.
Because I will say that, like, one thing I think is what's happening in this room is being able to talk to each other and have access to each other too. Because sometimes just even finding people who've gone through a particular experience that can speak to a particular dynamic is actually quite important to research. But it's always not easiest to just pick up the phone or to be able to contact an organization and say, hey, we need to, like, I'm starting a project on monopolistic and anti-competitive practices in the cannabis supply chain, right? And so I'd love to be able to pick up the phone and be like, okay, who are the 10 people I need to talk to, like, in this county, like, what's going on? Like, that kind of access could help to, and then thinking about then, how do we make some of those stories potentially, you know, available in a more speedy way than might otherwise be possible with the, I mean, I don't think we're going to change the academic publishing, like, timeline, or the administration of the university, much less at the state level, you know what I mean? It's just like, everything is equal, and I, like, can start that everywhere after this. Pull in on it all the time. But we do what we can, but there are ways, kind of intermediate ways along the way, and I'm sure Dominic's thinking a lot of this stuff right now with these topics too.
Right, so, and I would actually let Janine talk more about that, but what I was actually going to say is, like, telling stories can be as simple as Instagram, because I'm looking at Alpenville Farms right in front of me, really good at Instagram, and some of us are better than others, but actually, like, if we're all doing it, the word gets out. And this is the things, like, we're just starting social media handles for the Cannabis Studies Lab, and like, word got out, you know, even though we have hardly any followers, because other people were sharing them. I'm grateful to people that did actually get the word out for it. So thinking outside the box in terms of stories and getting them out, you know, using social media smartly is a quick way as well.
One last point I'd make about research is that there's a lot of bad reliance on some government data sets that have been used for years and years, in particular in the cannabis policy arena, where use rates are always derived from these government surveys where the government calls people on the phone and says, hey, you smoke weed? Like, you know, kind of baffling, who would ever say yes to that question? And yet they base these statistics that are taken really seriously on this, including using it as evidence that when those response rates increase after legalization, it's evidence that there's more cannabis use, when in fact there's just evidence that more people are admitting to cannabis use after it's legal.
Just a quick question, actually, for the audience. Would you all be willing to give Dominic and his students a big round of applause?
I really appreciate this final panel closing out this symposium. I think there's, for a lot of us farmers that are in here, a lot of what's been discussed, these haven't been like aha moments. These have been things that were like, yes, we've been saying this for years. We've been saying this the whole time. We're all very aware of what the problems are. It's very affirming to hear now you researchers talking about, the reality of coming from Berkeley, wow, the water use really wasn't what was being said. The wildlife issues, actually, there's benefits. Economically, there's been what's going on in these rural communities and how it shifted. And I really appreciated the talk about just like the small farm and how the illicit market is like kind of how that was born and everything. My big takeaway from today is that, first of all, it's like, I appreciate the agencies coming forward with all these grants. That's very much appreciated, and I think ag has always been, as we know, somewhat dependent, reliant on grants. I also don't want to see our industry fall into the next big, go away from the green rush, and now we're in the grant rush, where like this is all we do is, and this is what I actually see real time happening on the ground. So what my question is like, what to me seems incredibly clear and is somewhat absent in everything we've heard today is it's like time and time again, what we're seeing is like, we know what the problems are, they all keep coming back to the regulatory system. Like this is the problem, like the economics of it, we know what we're doing, we know how to do it, there's marketing help, all of this. My question is like, are you guys ready to tell this story and push the regulators on it? Because that is where the problem is, like the supply chain, all of these issues, like it is broken policy. And so no matter what we do as gathering together for marketing and cooperating and all these collective things we do, appellations, all of this comes down to the fact that like unless this policy is actually fixed, and a lot of what is in Prop 64 is not fixable and needs to just be stricken, then I don't see how we move forward. So like the universities were a big part of villainizing and telling this like cannabis is bad story, and now like are you guys willing to take that story and flip it and tell like this needs to change, or we're gonna just have another industrialized ag continuation, which is what the agency seems to be. It's hard to not, as a farmer, I mean most people in here probably feel, as I do, that there's actually an agenda to drive this industry out of the rural communities and into an industrialized ag program. Every single thing we've seen in this process has made us believe that. So how do we move forward from that, is my question.
So in response to that, yes, we are a pretty small bunch, and I do think that we've been working on telling that story for a little while. And I mean, Michael, I said, a number of grants from the FBI, a number of grants at Berkeley around environmental community that's been kind of retelling that story. In terms of academic publishing, like I don't think there's a person alive that's done more to do that in the last few years. That is happening. Also understand that we are marginalized academics as well. And that you guys are marginalized as cultivators because we're academics associated with cannabis. And the cultural power of prohibition is very much behind a lot of this the regulators not functioning well, the politicians who actually fund the regulators in making the decisions are listening to the prevention community, which is informed by prohibition. They're still listening to law enforcement, prohibition. We're dealing with, local control informed by prohibition. This is legalization with, not after prohibition. And it means all of us are operating in this space. My students are incredibly courageous to be cannabis state managers. Think about that, right? And our positions that we have now, it wasn't that long ago when we were hand to mouth, doing this because this was the most interesting thing to us. This is a really recent thing where, we have institutional positions. Director of the Corva Research Center, the director of Keynote, this is a bit new to us that we actually are in a position where regulators are looking up to us and looking to us for answers. And it is happening, kind of slowly. You can answer the questions. We're committed to retelling the story, stake our entire careers on it, pretty much. Because I think it's important. The image of the history of cannabis cultivation, particularly in the North Coast, has been pretty grim. And it hasn't been very honest. However, we do know that there are some bad actors. So I'm not here to give any agency a pass. I'm not saying that we shouldn't engage with them. But I do think that there is a part of this that we need to eradicate, that small sort of subsection in the industry that is contributing greatly to environmental degradation. I mean, there were people who were in the program who were trying to get the get a permit, and I would go to an inspection and be like, "This is stuff we talked about." So, what I would want to bring up is that nobody thought about this transition as a social program. There were people who could not read the application. And I went to the CEO and I said, we have a problem. They can't read this. And what are you asking? And the response was like, oh. So to speak to Dominic, sort of we're marginalized too, and sort of why does this look the way that it does? There were people who needed to go. And they took that opportunity. And quite frankly, I probably would have tried to do something like that. I probably would have asked more questions. But I think that has a lot to do with it. I did want to say that. And the other thing I wanted to point out, we have cultivation happening on stolen lands. We can't just say that the illegal cultivation on land stolen from people can go on too, And so I think that is part of the story. It just doesn't get talked about. And I very much appreciate it.
And just one small point, and I'll stop. But then, I think what also should be recognized is for the first time in, anywhere that I know of, California, one of the outcomes of Prop 64, and trust me, I wasn't there lobbying for this or anything, but they put aside $10 million a year for research. And I think this is really consequential because for the first time, an agency, a government agency that isn't mandated by prohibition interests, which is how research has been funded, 85% of global research has been done on drugs since 1970s, has been funded by the National Institute on Drug Abuse. So the Department of Cannabis Control, the state of California, actually made research available to ask not only why is cannabis bad, but also, how is it good? So there's some studies about that, but also there's just what does agriculture look like? All these other kinds of questions that we've never been able to address as researchers has suddenly been opened up. And so prior to 2018, that kind of funding and support wasn't there. And he's talking about marginalization now. Prior to 2018, I almost got laughed off my dissertation committee when I was I'm doing my research on cannabis, and it's what? And I think there's particularly with cannabis and academics, I think there's a little haze of the 1960s, smoking a little doobie, but it's it's really sick. It's a soft form of stigma. you know what I mean? But it's still there for sure. But I do think we should recognize that really this is the first post-prohibition in maybe a different sense, or like first legalization funding stream that's come forward. And I think the kind of research I'm hoping that you're going to see is different, and that's what we're trying to do at Berkeley anyhow.
Can we just get the last four? I mean, like, can we try to keep it brief? I'm done just where.
Mine is super quick. Did you invite any of the legislators to this symposium?
Well, Michael gave me Jim Wood's contact, but he's retiring. So, we didn't invite any legislators to this.
Maybe the next one.
Okay. Hey, yeah, I'll take all kinds of input on how to do the next one.
Well, that was the question. I had a question of, is this the first of its kind? One, and then when is the next one in?
I mean, this is, again, by the grace of the Resources Legacy Fund. I guess we'll talk afterwards.
I did mention this to legislators, but it's the middle of the legislative session, and there's no way they can get away from the meeting. But I think maybe next time we schedule it for during recess, and they're not, but this is the time. Will be academics too.
Not so much a question, but a suggestion, just like piggybacking off all of this, in the break, talking amongst people, there was a lot of this conversation about how we'd love to see a panel where you had a DCC, you had the CDTFA, you had, assembly members, you had like all of these different regulatory agencies, because what I have been understanding a lot of lately is that I think it's the DCC problem, but actually it's an assembly member problem. And so because this is so complex, and because it's been rearranged so many times, and I swear they amend the regs like every other month, and we're just trying to keep up, often we don't know where to direct our comments, or who to write or whatnot. So I think that it would, especially bringing them to this community, because we are the most educated community.
I would say definitely the assembly has more to do with it than the regulators. Yeah. In general, it's not a total rule. It's sort of just both sides, but and the path to the legislators is to talk to them, write them. Another path is publish stuff in the media. Publish your own perspective, and ultimately lawmakers respond to public opinion, which responds to great articles that go viral.
Let's make sure Indy gets, because I said his name a while back.
So this is more of a comment than a question. This is how solutions are made, by having events and opportunities like we have here today, bringing everybody together to talk openly, building relationships, building trust with each other, building bridges to these solutions. We know what the problems are, right? So building these bridges, that's the important part. And so I just want to express my gratitude, and I think all of our gratitude, in this opportunity that you've given us here today. And, albeit we are in this cleansing fire that has taken place, and for lack of a better word, it creates fertile ground for seeds of a movement. And this movement can not only save us, but it can revolutionize our society if it can gain traction. So let's do this more. Let's continue this collaboration and cooperation, because something beautiful can grow from it. So thank you.
I just really want to also extend my thanks and say that I think this has been one of the most powerful conversations that I've had all year. And I see you filming it.
Yes.
And I want to really emphasize the opportunity regarding dissemination of this material, these conversations, the voices of all of us. We are all marginalized. Press is our friend, right? And the community here in our capacity to disseminate what these conversations have been today and the work that we're all doing. And so I really just want to emphasize that opportunity, because we can move a lot of energy with just that.
Thomas, and then I'm so sorry.
My name is Tekla.
what you were next.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Dominic. Thanks for having us. And I kind of want to change the focus on the students and just let you know like, your goals of what you want to do. You know, they may change. I graduated from Humboldt. I'm a regulator. I'm a local county regulator. Right? So, you know, when you get your role in whatever you do, you don't come in with power. You can't make huge changes. Well, what you can do is you're going to one day respond to an email that's going to significantly impact, even though minorly, a farmer. That's going to save them money. And then you're going to be asked to write a policy, just internal policy, that's going to implement some sort of change or allowance. And then you're going to be handed an ordinance, and you're going to make those changes. And then always, Humboldt State, California, Humboldt State. You're going to find each other. They're going to be in all these other divisions you hear referencing. So, just keep in mind. I just want people to keep in mind. There's a lot here. I didn't know all this was going to be talked about as the students' involvement, but yeah, you'll have change, and it's going to be you're going to take the change that you learn here in your community, that you're going to actively engage in your community and be a part of your community, and you're going to apply that logic and reason, and you're going to teach people who don't have that.
Thank you, Thomas.
Sorry, yeah, I found out about this last night. I opened my email. I've been in Richmond all day. I said, I got to go to this. So I drove here this morning on an icy road, really icy road. And I'm so glad I did. It's been fabulous. I have a tiny farm in Covelo. And we were struggling, and I was almost ready to throw it out, just never mind. But I really feel like this kind of thing is what can save us. We really have to organize, we have to consolidate our energies, we have to work together. And one thought that occurred to me is that maybe you want to get an email list of all of us, so that you can just mail it right out next time. And I'm wondering about this QR. Can we connect with you?
Yes.
That way?
Yeah, follow us, Cannabis Studies Lab. If you take that QR code, it takes us to our website, and then we also go to Instagram, on Facebook, YouTube, Spotify with all the podcasts. So it has all the things right there. You scroll down and type over there.
So that was my question and my comment, and thank you again.
I just did not. I got 7.
Thank you. I would love to ask the panel about what you think the impacts are for like the broad kind of far-reaching 2018 Farm Bill THCA situation that's happening right now. We've seized the drink, and we have not. And so I'm wondering what you think that the present impact on everyone in this room is right now.
Wow. You guys want to stick around for that? Okay. I'll try to be really brief, and I'm just going to weigh in a little bit here. So the Farm Bill created actually a release valve for not only the CBD boom, commodity boom that really rolled over everyone, pretty much since Charlotte's Web, right? But it also actually created, on down the line, now that like THCA basically is considered Farm Bill, a release valve for like, a lot of products that otherwise might have been like competing for shelf space in legal retail stores. And I'm thinking not just in the United States, actually, by the way, because like in Canada, allegedly, like how much are they supposed to report these as they cross? And by supposedly, I mean like nobody's destroying that. Like it's coming over the border or somewhere else, right? So like it's one market in a certain sense. It's open the South, wide open to like accepting weed, because like no regulations on it. And in some ways, like our experience in DC was like, wow, in DC they're way more free to sell weed and do okay than here in California, right? So like, maybe getting people used to like a space that like has a certain amount of, at the same time, like, yeah, I think certain regulations are good, like especially on, mass-produced pesticide applied, agro-industrial weed, there's a lot of things yet. Yeah, there's, yeah.
I'm going to add that Tennessee did something incredibly bizarre, which is that the legislature, in I think last May, codified into law an interpretation of the 2018 Farm Bill such that THCA flower was hemp. And so it's just normal weed. I mean, it doesn't convert to THC, obviously. So for those of you who don't know, basically, there's this ambiguity in the way that the Farm Bill is written that basically said it's delta-9 THC that's THC. And so, some stores in Tennessee first started selling. They're like, there's no delta-9 THC, it hasn't been smoked yet. It doesn't turn to delta-9 until you smoke it. It's hemp. And then they all started doing it, but what was funny, and that happened in many states, but what was funny in Tennessee is that then the state legislature passed a bill saying THCA is not delta-9 THC, it is hemp. And then they set up a whole regulatory system around it, like you have to be 21 and over, it's 6% tax, it's no kid can't be near a school. Basically, they set up an entire legal weed system, and no one noticed. Look at the map of the United States and where the biggest weed's been legalized. Tennessee is like doesn't even have medical. So I assume that this prediction is that the Super Bowl is going to be closed in the Farm Bill later this year. And that's going to bring federal law into conflict with Tennessee state law.
Nicole, I see your hand up there.
Yeah.
I thought last time.
I'll give just a quick thank you to all of you, to the panel. I've really appreciated the discussion on how we need to look for cooperative and collective solutions. And to that, I want to send a warm invitation to all of the farmers here. And I think many of you know we're running our annual Cooperative Academy for the cannabis sector. And the final session is next week. And it is free to all participants. It's at Crisp Lounge, so it will be in person in Eureka, 4 to 6 p.m. And it will have fun, like Dominic was talking about. We will provide pizzas for everybody, and we will talk cooperative solutions. So please come and join us next Tuesday at Crisp, 4 p.m. Thank you.
I guess been nominated, but so I'll answer the question that was rolling around in my mind just for the comment. One thing that I feel, and I really appreciate many of you reflecting on what I would consider to be questions of sort of political responsibility. And what is the political responsibility that goes along with the work that all of you are doing. And one thing that conceptually I feel like came up in a couple comments is, I think a really critical question, and I feel like I want to express this to everyone in this room, is to understand the point where political decisions are made. And where that, because it's very easy, I think, to say, well, a policy didn't pass because of a diffuse, oh, it's the assembly, oh, it's Prop 64, right? There's so many different traps we can fall into where nobody takes responsibility for the fact that a policy didn't move forward. So for you all as academics witnessing this, for everyone who's here, engaging politically as activists in this space, one thing I just want to suggest I think is really important to pay attention to is really to be clear and precise about where the point of political action and responsibility is for any given political change that we would collectively like to enact. One reason I think you've heard a lot about AB 1111 in this particular space is not because it's the only idea out there, but because in order to get a law passed, you probably need 100 people in the state of California in a position of political authority to say yes, and 95 of those people have already said yes to that bill. So the number of people who have to say yes to that bill for it to become law is now very, very low. So whether it's on that or whether it's on any other policy, I just want to encourage everyone to sort of pay attention to those questions. And please contact your trade associations, It is their job to be watching this, to understand where political pressure needs to be applied at a given moment in order to move something forward, because it's often more direct and more specific than just a diffuse call to action.
Thank you.
Thank you.